What up, fools? Today is 4/14/2023. It is 11:33 p.m. Eastern Time. I love seeing all the spam emotes in chat. I love it. I love it. You know, guess what I just found? Guess what I just found? You guys will not believe it. Take a guess. Somebody guess what I just found. Does anybody want to take a guess at what I just found? I like the backwards cap look. Yeah, this is my old dingy school hat. This is my high school hat. Very, very old. I did not find these nuts. No, I didn't. No, not new headphones. No. It is so Woodstock is the high school that I went to. So yeah, it's a Woodstock hat. You found the way? No, I didn't find the way. No, definitely did not. That is not even something that I'm looking for, honestly. Oh yeah. I am Waldo. I didn't find Waldo. I am Waldo. You didn't know. You didn't know. I can read again. I can read again. Let's go. I'm excited. It's like graduating from the second grade all over again. Are you near or farsighted? I don't know. I just know that whatever it is, it's not good when I don't have my glasses. Whatever it is, it's freaking rough. Give content now. Hey, I was gonna just turn on your stream and go to sleep. What are you doing? What are you doing here? I was just gonna freaking just hit the share button and go to sleep. What the hell, Sanso? I was in his chat earlier. I said, I got into his chat. He was debating somebody. I said, I can tell you smell like a homeless person. Because he started laughing, dude. I don't know if the other person that he's debating can see him. I'm wondering, I'm like, damn, dude, if I'm watching somebody just like out of nowhere just start cracking up while I'm in the middle of a sentence, I would feel so weird. Get laser surgery, easy fix. That's what I do on my cheeks. See, instead of shaving, I just do laser hair removal, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. Did you catch the wick panel? No. Is that where the content is? I got nothing here. I got nothing here. I thought I was just gonna start with like, I got a lot of new followers. I thought I'd start with some old tomfoolery lore again, just get everybody up to date on all the memes and why we have the emotes we have and why we say the stupid things that we say. But you know, if there's actually something to go over, if there's actually some content, then what the hell? Because about um I was thinking about doing the um stems. Yes. This is STEM research, guys. That's what this is. This is just STEM research. That's what we're doing. That's all we're doing here. It's just some STEM research, okay? All right. Yeah, I was looking at going over the counterpoints thing. Wait, what's this?
I don't want you to We're live on YouTube, and we are.
Everybody take a second, hit those thumbs upsies. Appreciate you joining. So yeah, I guess we will go over the Wick panel. If see, Sansol just wants me to review it because he's on there. So there's nobody else here. There's nobody else. We got Katie, we got Sansol. I don't know any of these other people. I've never seen them before, never heard of them before. I don't know. I don't know about these guys. Right, I want to hear criticisms. Okay. All right. What are we even talking about? Is Vaush a stochastic terrorist? Sansol thinks so. That's literally the title. Sansol thinks so. Wait, are all of these people here to argue against you? Bro, I would have gone on there. I would have said he is. What the hell? I thought that was the normal take. I thought that's what everybody's saying. I thought everybody said he's a stochastic terrorist. Are there people saying he's not? Who says? All right. All right, I'm changing my title. Would you probably burn the bridge with Katie? I was in her chat earlier. So what did you think about the debate last night? Sansol, what you I saw you were in the chat for a little bit. I didn't see what you were saying though. I'm assuming you were freaking out about the fact that she was saying that she doesn't believe in like mental illnesses at all. That's how far you have to go. That is like, just so you guys understand, that's how far you have to go. If you want to act like gender dysphoria doesn't exist, you have to pretend that no other mental illness exists anymore. You have to go that far. Because the way that we measure for any other mental illness is the same way we measure for gender dysphoria. It has to be self-reported. We have to like get you to tell us what it is that you think, how it is that you feel, what it is you're going through. This is how we find out whether or not you have a mental illness. If you can't if we can't get it from you, there's no other way. We can't like do like brain scans on people to figure out whether or not their brain is wrong. No, my biggest issue was you let her spurg out for like 5 minutes straight. Too nice. I'd have lost it. I don't think so. So there were parts where she pissed me off where like so I've talked about this before, like lots of times when I start with my position and then I get into an explanation, if somebody already hears my position and they feel like they understand it and they don't want the explanation, I'm fine with them interrupting right after I give the position, right? So that's how I always do it, is I start with the position. So they say, hey, you shouldn't do X. And I'm like, well, I think you should do X because of Y. And then I start to explain why I think that. But if they immediately like feel like they already understand and they don't want the explanation, I'm fine with them interrupting. But there were points where she would give like 2 or 3 points and I would start to argue against one of them. And then before I could even like get into my argument, she would interrupt me again. I'd be like, yo, chill. Let me speak, woman. My goodness. Yeah, there was a period there where I lost it, where I had to keep telling her like, stop, stop it, don't interrupt me, down, down. Wait, that's what Mr. Girl said also? What he said? Wait, which one? Which thing? I said a lot of things. Tom Foolery show. Can you review the Destiny report and counterpoints panel, NSC Prime? Yeah, maybe. I feel like I milked the whole Destiny report thing dry. There's a lot of people here because I was milking that whole thing as much as freaking possible. All of these people here, all of the people watching me, almost everybody here has found me through the process of me milking the whole Destiny report thing. There's probably only one person who has benefited more off of the Destiny report than me, and that's Chud Logic. Chud Logic is the only other person who is squeezing as hard as he could. Yes, Chud. It's Chud. Yep. I'm fine with interrupting thing. Yeah, I mean, like when I listened back to it today, I felt like most of it was fine. There were just a couple small parts where I was getting a little irritated with her interrupting, and as I was getting frustrated listening to it, I immediately like snapped on her about it. So I am not reading your dry teats. Okay. I can't be mentally ill if I don't think it exists. Checkmate. True. True. Sucking the titty of destiny is how you grow in this space. I mean, I'm not sucking the titty the way that most people do, right? Um, like I got perms, right? I can jump into the VC anytime I want. It seems like everybody else, as soon as they get that, they're just jumping in left and right on like every little thing. They want to give their take, they want to give some sort of argument, they want to say something that's like that that's uh that's not what I'm doing. Didn't she almost snap too? Well, no, she would snap when I would snap at her. She'd be like, Tom, you, what are you, what are you doing? I'm the one mad here. You can't be mad at me for getting mad at you. What are you doing? I, because yeah, there were points where she lets me go on very long diatribes to like explain very complex parts where I go into a lot of detail. Like there's there's a lot of parts where I was able to speak for a long time as well. So I don't think that it was all that bad. Plus, I think people I think people are wrong about gish gallops. I think that they are. I think that lots of times if I allow somebody to go on for a long time and make a bunch of points, as soon as they're done, I don't think anybody remembers anything they said except for the thing that I respond to. And I can choose the weakest point that they made and argue against that. I can choose the one that I have the best argument against and then argue against that. And I think everybody like I think in order to win, in order to do well, you have to hold the other person to a point by point. But if I allow her to ramble off a bunch of points and then I don't have to respond to all of them, she might have gotten me on like two out of the three, and I'm just going to choose one and argue against that. And now we go down a completely different path because I chose just that one. And now we're on the one that I'm going to do better on. I think that like I think Gish Gallops almost always help me. They're almost always beneficial to me. I always win when people start Gish Galloping against me. Yeah, I mean, like, press one if you came here through the Destiny report drama. One's in chat. If that's how you got, if that's how you got here, if that's how you became a fool, I want to see some ones in chat. If Tom is going to Steelman Katie, I'm going to video game myself. I've already done that, okay? I've already done that. All right, so we got some ones. We got Orenji. Nice. Militia. Dope. Norbert Grawl. Awesome. Larry. Let's go. Sweet. 69s. We got a lot of 69s. We got some 2s. I don't know what that means. Press 3 for Greek. I don't why why would we care if it's Greek? I thought you were a Mr. Girl Orbiter at first. Yeah. That's the fun of it, isn't it? That's what makes it all fun, man. It's confusing the hell out of everybody. I'm very consistent in my beliefs that I'm very I'm very staunch in the beliefs that I have and the things that I argue for. So I'm not like wish-washy, and I'm not a confusing person once you watch me. But I can totally understand from the outside where everybody expects you to pick a team and then like stay on that team and just argue for that team and all of that crap. Like I think that it's hard to tell what the hell I'm doing. Like I think everybody's looking at me like, what is that guy doing, dude? He's out of line. He can't be doing all this freaking crap, dude. Arguing against Mr. Girl, then going and arguing against Destiny on the same points. Can't do all of that. I was a bookie looking for someone to actually cover the article. Okay. Since you weren't super aggressive with Max, I thought you were a simp, but after watching, you're just not very aggressive overall. Yeah, yeah. I don't think I'm ever overly aggressive. I think I'm like a normal freaking person is what it is. I think I'm like a normal person that you would meet on the streets or anywhere else. I'm gonna keep talking to everybody the same way that I would anybody else. But that's because I also have a bunch of debates where I talk about the fact that like if you get overly aggressive in person, somebody should probably punch you. Like someone should probably just punch you in the face, and then you can learn a lesson real quick and maybe not talk to people like that anymore. And I think I take that same mentality to the internet. I'm used to Twitch poll aggressive, which is definitely skewed. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, like I'm definitely aggressive. I am very aggressive. Just I pick my moments. That's all. If you don't know, like I am a rhetoric coach. So I am going to be like a lot more tactful with how I present myself, with the way that I get into conversations with people, with like choosing when I'm going to be aggressive and when I'm not going to be aggressive. And I especially with somebody like Lav or Mr. Girl or Destiny, these are people that I want to be aggressive with to get them to answer the points and get them to have to like really like challenge them, but also I want them to be willing to talk to me again next time. I want them to be willing to have another conversation with me, um and not just in a debate style where like I have to be like head to head with them in order to engage with them. I've done a ton of like AMAs with a lot of people. I did a Vaush AMA, I did an aristocracy AMA, I did a Destiny AMA, I did a Hunter Avalon AMA. Like I've done a bunch of AMAs with a bunch of different people, and so yeah, like I want to be able to like get into it with them just without getting too controversial. I want you to be a better version of Mr. Girl, Mr. Girl 2.0. I am not a version of anybody, okay? Mr. Girl is a version of me. Like, when Mr. Girl showed up, there were a ton of people who were like, oh my goodness, this guy's like Tom Foolery. And I'm not kidding. Like, you can go back and look. There's like Reddit boards and all sorts of stuff where they were like, bro, this guy's just like freaking Tom Foolery. And in my chat, everybody, when Mr. Girl popped up, I was so excited. I was so excited. I was like, yes, yes, people are actually paying attention this time, dude. This is dope. Like, because I was saying, I was like, yeah, I'm a little salty. I'm a little salty that nobody cares when I say it. I'm a little mad that nobody pays attention and I don't blow up when I say this stuff. But you know what? Mr. Girl's saying it. I get to talk about it now. It's becoming, it's a topic. So now I can get into all of this stuff again and it'll all be fun. And now we can have some fun with it. So yeah, I was happy. Arian changed the spelling of his name. Radical Coder is going to review your debate with Chud Logic. Mine? What? With Chud Logic? What? Why? Wait, what was Mr. Girl saying? So I had talked a lot about like pedophilia. I like you guys know I got banned from Twitch for talking about pedophilia, as did Mr. Girl, and I told him as well. I told him, I said, I was like, bro, this is how I got banned. Okay, you gotta be careful. I messaged him early on. I was like, homie, chill. Okay, it already happened. There's literally a rule. They call it the Tom rule. There's literally a rule. When I got banned for like breaking community guidelines that didn't actually make sense. But then they changed the community guidelines to say they added a new rule that said no promoting like abuse of children or anything like that, right? And then the community guideline that I broke changed. So when I filled out my appeal to Twitch, the first, like the initial email says you broke this community guideline. But then when I filled out my appeal, they responded and said, your appeal is rejected based on these community guidelines. I'm like, that's not even what I got banned for. What the hell? What is going on? And I went and checked, and they literally just made those rules. They just made them. They created the rules because they didn't have a way to ban me, and so they needed a new rule. They needed some way to ban me. Because, yeah, when I was on Twitch, I was only on Twitch for 2 months, and I had numerous streams where I had thousands of people watching. Like, numerous streams where I had thousands of people in my chat. I was growing very quickly. And I was a problem. I was a big problem. All right.
Our live, gang. Hello, 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 and welcome
Hello,
to yet another episode of WhickTv, a cross-ideological space where we bring together the best.
So I got a question about what you said about porn with people that look younger than 18 but are over 18. Okay. Yeah, it was crazy. Them Twitch days. Yeah, you left. Yeah. I talked about it too. I talked about it on a panel that day. I had Destiny, Dylan Burns, RGR, Irrelevant, and Denims all on one of my panels. And I talked about it and I said, I was like, all of these crazy lefties are chasing off all of my old community members. Like they're so freaking nuts that they're chasing everybody out of here. When a pedo finds out the age of something who they think is younger but isn't, do they lose attraction? No, they're attracted to prepubescent features. So even if somebody has like prepubescent features, it doesn't matter what their age is. It matters that their features do not look post-pubescent. So like You and me, we go through puberty. Our brains change. Our brains change. We start to get more testosterone in our brains. And then we start to find new things attractive. We start to like butts. We start to like boobs. We start to look at like different parts of the body. And we find those different parts more attractive now. A, a pedophile does not. Their brain does not go through that process. It doesn't change. It does not develop into an adult brain like ours does, at least when it comes to sexuality. And so they're just paused. They're just stuck there, where the rest of us move on and we grow up and our brains find more mature things attractive now. Their brains do not. Their brains just stay the same, and they're still attracted to the same things they were when they were a 10-year-old, and they're attracted to those same things for the rest of their lives. So yeah, it's just the features that they're attracted to.
Best and the worst among us, to discuss topics political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Oh, we have a show for you today, gang. We have a show for you today. It's going to be amazing, and I'm glad.
So do you think the whole barely 18 porn featuring young women is a self-report for people who view it? No, barely 18 is almost all post-pubescent girls. Like, even if they're young, they still went through puberty. Like, they still have boobs, they still have butts, like they still are post-pubescent. It's very different. Like, but there are other girls who, like, I forget the girl's name, but there was this one really famous porn star who looked like a little girl. She looked like she was 12. She had this like short pixie cut. She was completely flat chested and just insanely skinny, and she looked like a little girl. And for her, yeah, I would say that like people who watched her, probably that was probably somewhat of a self-report. Yeah, but like Girls Gone Wild sorts of stuff, or like, you know, stepsister sort of stuff, or, you know, Barely Legal or whatever, like all of those things, those are, even though that, yes, they are very young girls and it can still be a little weird, it's still post-pubescent. It's very different. Very, very different.
That you're all here. We're going to be talking about stochastic violence. We're going to talk about rhetoric. We're going to talk about politics. Some old school political discussions going to take place live on my stream. I'm just excited to get away from the drama shit. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm excited to get away from the drama shit. So we're gonna get that today. We're gonna be talking about whether or not the left is responsible for violence. Or
Jack acts like if you ever get banned, it's always your fault, and that it's just cope to pretend like you didn't have a chance to fix it by just reading the TOS when you can reinterpret it later. Yeah, Jack has a very weird way of like talking about this stuff. He doesn't only think that it's your fault, but he also believes that you should not be mad about it. He doesn't believe that you should ever get upset about getting banned. Damn it, see, wearing glasses makes it to where my camera can't see my face. I got him. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Jack has some really odd views on this stuff, but I got banned from Discord one time, and he was like, "Yep, your fault. You should have known better." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but this sucks." And he's like, "Nope, no, don't talk about how it sucks, bro. You knew that this was gonna happen." And I'm like, "Okay, I knew that I was like pushing the line. I still know, like, I can still be mad about this. Like, I don't care how much like you think I should have known, or whether or not I should have done better. Like, I can still be mad about this. I can still be mad that this is the outcome, or that I got caught. Like, that's fine. I that's very different than whether or not I should have taken like better precautions. The problem is that like part of content in this space is pushing the line. Like, part of the content is, you know, trying to find that line and staying just like one step behind it. And otherwise, like, your streams are just going to be insanely boring. And most of the TOS is very like up for interpretation. It's written very generally so that you can kind of like they have the ability to pick and choose. And I think that I figured out YouTube's TOS, and I figured out where those lines are, and I do a really good job at, yes, just staying right up against the line. And any time that I've gotten a strike, I've won the appeal. And that's happened, like everybody here knows, I've got suspended numerous times by YouTube, and then like a day later they take it back and I'm right back on.
Or is at risk of being responsible for violence due to inappropriate rhetoric. Sansel has brought us this topic, and so I am going to let him have first say. Go ahead, Sansel. What do you think? Open us up, brother.
Yeah, so the topic can kind of go a lot of different directions because of how many parts of it that there are. But I would make the argument, and I have made the argument on Twitter and on stream, that there is a stochastic terrorist in our midst, and I believe that it is Vaush. I think that the guy, while he recognizes the danger, as most people on the left do, of the enormous amounts of anti-trans legislation in the
Here, let me see if I can find this real quick. Let's see.
By the way, this is why I haven't talked to Lauren Southern, okay? Because I have 20 times the relevance that she does now. You know why that is? Lauren Southern correctly read the writing on the wall that the alt-right was getting killed on all social media. And she...
This is such a stupid take. Vaush is completely wrong here. This is just not true. Like, Lauren Southern moved because she actually changed her positions. It is not more beneficial to move into the middle. It's actually worse. Like, it's harder. She lost, like, I think most of her subscriber base because she moved into the middle. Like, she changed a lot of her positions. She argued against the people that she was supposed to be on the same team as. She did not read the writing on the wall. She actually hurt herself tremendously, and she lost such a massive chunk of her subscriber base for doing the things that she did. She's still evolving. Yeah, like she's willing to change her position. She's willing to think outside the box. She doesn't have to stay in line and say what she's supposed to say. This is such cope coming from him. Like, anybody who sees, and this is the part that pisses me off, it really does, is when people, I used to be far right. I was recently far right. When I first started doing content, I was far right. And there were people who doubted me and said, like, oh, he didn't really change his positions. Oh, he's just finding better ways to be more palatable and blah, blah, blah. And it's bullcrap. It's stupid bullcrap. And it's insane because even when people do change their positions and when they do start to move over, there's nothing for them there. There's nothing there. There's no acceptance. There's no hands open saying, hey, welcome over to our side now, buddy. There's none of that. It's just, oh, no, I don't trust, you're still probably a Nazi, bro. Like, it's bullcrap, and this is exactly what that is.
She was one of the preeminent members of that, but she miscalculated, and rather than coming back as one shade away from alt-right, she came back as some misguided centrist. She whines about trans issues because she doesn't have the stones to talk about what she actually cares about, which is the white genocide, great replacement, whatever. But nobody cares anymore. All of her fans were like super far right, and what she is now is just disappointing. She was never covert enough to have accumulated a huge fan base of centrists beforehand. So she'll run around, she'll talk about trans issues, but I mean, at the end of the day, she knows she's been, like, had her feathers clipped, you know? During ending statements, Lance brought up a lot of her history because she could not respond at the end, making her mad. Yeah, if I was ever going to talk to Lauren Southern, and I don't know why I would, but if I did, I'd want to talk about what she actually believes. Would I waste my time talking to Lauren Southern about what she pretends to care about because she's not allowed to talk about anything more, when I could talk to her about, like, white genocide? Wouldn't that be more fun? That'd be way more fun. But she won't talk about that, of course, because she's trying to do the thing. So, yeah. You talk to Kirk, you can talk to Southern. Oh, to be clear, I could talk to her whenever I wanted. And she would delight in talking to me, I think, given that opportunity. Unless she knows correctly that it would be, sort of a waste of time because she doesn't want to talk about any of that I would want to talk to her about. But since I only want to talk with her, maybe about that stuff, there's no reason for her to talk to me. So kind of a cycle of disinterest there. Anyway, yeah, Godspeed. Please don't make me sad. No, Dylan, I don't want to set. Why I feel like the moderator thing, like setting it up with a moderator, further legitimizes it. The appropriate way to talk to Lauren Southern is while I'm playing video games, while I'm playing Elden Ring, she comes on for 5 minutes and then gets angry and leaves. That's like the appropriate context, you know. So when Elden Ring comes out, I'll set aside some 5-minute blocks and maybe. I don't know how the debate went because I didn't like see the whole thing. We should try to avoid laundering the reputations of people like that. Of course, platforming can be good or bad depending on the outcome, and it comes down to a ton of factors there. But what's this?
I could use a simile. It's kind of like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the alt-right, palling around with people like Brittany Pettibone, Richard Spencer, touring around the globe with someone like, let's say, Stefan Molyneux, who is well known for measuring the skulls of black and white people, spreading the Great Replacement conspiracy, spreading the Great Genocide conspiracy theory, then going on tour spreading both of those conspiracy theories, in addition to going to join.
Half the stuff he said here is incorrect, though, by the way. If you want to, you can go watch my review of this, but I go over the fact that like half the stuff he's saying here just isn't true. He's just wrong.
That far-right nationalist group, first Europa, and then joining them by shooting flares at immigrants and doing all of this.
She did not shoot flares at immigrants. That never happened. If you guys think that happened, get it out of your heads, okay? Get it out of your heads. I had to fight with people on Twitter for months over this stupid bullcrap. It did not happen. She never fired flares at immigrants. She never even fired a flare. I know. This is your head's about to explode. She never even fired a flare. It never even happened. It didn't even happen.
Well, at the same time, all of it bubbles over and boils over to the point where, at the end of the day, you ultimately led to one of the people contributing towards the Christchurch shooting, who declared that the Great Replacement theory was one of the reasons why they committed the atrocity that they did. Afterwards,
bringing this all up at the end.
All right. She's never actually said that she disavows any of that old stuff, right? Like she's LARPing as a centrist, but she's never actually said like, yeah, I was wrong to say all that, right? Yeah. Given those conditions, like, why would anyone ever talk to her? Seriously. Like, can you imagine if David Duke went offline for like a year and he came back and he's like, I'm really concerned about the national debt. And then he starts going on people's shows just talking about the national debt. And whenever you bring up the fact that he's David Duke, he gets really mad and leaves. Like that's like, why are we doing this? Come on. Let's
Fought for months. Hope you're exaggerating. I am not exaggerating. I am not exaggerating. I fought with people for the longest freaking time. You could probably go search my name, Lauren Southern, on Twitter, and you will get like pages of crap.
Come on, guys. I just want to talk about the national. Do you think platforming Lauren Southern in a debate is counterproductive? Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm making here. It's that there's no point because she doesn't care about any of the issues she's talking about. She's just trying to get eyes on her. That's why she hasn't disavowed any of it. But she's worried about the consequences of her continuing to talk about it.
He's just making stuff up. He was literally just making stuff up. There's no evidence to back up anything that he was saying here. There was no evidence to back up a single thing that he said here. Oh no, Twitter's a nightmare. I mean, I have a bunch of videos about it as well. Like I have a video, I have like a shorter video, I think, if I remember correctly. There was a period where I edited videos on my phone, and so this is the one where I talk to Aiko about it, and I like review the debate that he's reviewing. This is it. All right. Yeah, the thumbnail says Lauren Southern murdered my whole family. All right. So Marcy started off, and you guys have heard me harping on all of the stuff about Lauren Southern. Good. 2, I never said that ContraPoints was saying that Lauren Southern is good. So this is me going over like a ton of the fights with a ton of different people. Just in one stream, just one day of fighting with people. I went over it numerous times, numerous days. It was a lot of bull crap. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Sansol asked me earlier if Vaush, if we know like what he said about stochastic terrorism, if we have any clips of it. I have this, okay? So we're going to type this in. Did I spell that right? Stochastic. Yeah, okay. Stochastic terrorism. Okay. So now I'm going to initiate. Oh, no, wait. I have to go to a different page. Sorry. I screwed this up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I go here. I click search transcripts. I type in stochastic terrorism, initiate program. Oh, wait, I spelled that wrong. Damn it. I gotta refresh now. Okay. Stochastic terrorism, initiate. Wait. Why isn't it doing it? Wait, why isn't it working? What the hell? Let's try and refresh one more again. I don't think it's working. Okay. I'll figure it out.
United States right now, he misattributes that not to just systemic oppression, but to an actual ongoing and currently happening genocide. Not one that's upcoming, like he said in his Rose Wrist debate, but like he said in his first debate with Luke Beasley, where he first started talking about it, and in his recent video on the Nashville shooter. It is an ongoing genocide that trans people need to arm themselves to take defensive measures, whether they're preemptive or otherwise, to ensure that they are not continued to be genocided. There's a couple of aspects to this. Part of the discussion is around gun legislation and school shootings and mass shooting events. Obviously, I really don't like those things. I don't think most people do. I don't know how in-depth people want to go in on that. Part of this conversation is going to be about the trans genocide, and part of this is going to be about Vaush's rhetoric that could lead someone to go out and do violence, or could at least be part of a broader media environment where if enough people in that media environment are putting it out, would define him by his own definition as a stochastic terrorist.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing this to us, and I'm sure we all will have opinions. And I'm curious, after this discussion, chat, both on YouTube and Twitch, if you can let me know what you think. I'd be curious to see if the needle's moved at all. So in response, we're going to give everyone a brief opening, then we're just going to get into it. And I'll be guiding the discussion with questions and thoughts that I may have. And other than that, let's just go right ahead. Falsers, what do you think?
This one's a little tricky for me because I don't necessarily disagree with any of the particulars of what Sansel has said. There's a couple like smaller nuance points that I'm not 100% on board with, but I think the larger conversation is an effort to divert from a bigger problem. I think the reality is when we have conversations about stochastic terrorism, about trans people, we're neglecting.
What is this patch? What is this patch on Sansol's shoulder? Is he the freaking... Bro! This is all Fed posting. We can see it, Sansol. We can see it. We can see the freaking patch, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Snake Soul's a copper. True. We got him. We got him. Don't let him get away with this, guys. Don't let him get away with this. We got him.
To talk about a bigger problem on the other side. The reality is trans people only account for 1.3% of our mass shootings in about the past 20 years. It's 4 out of 306.
Listen, Vaush isn't a terrorist. He's just an edgy grifter that will say anything to retain an audience. That's literally what Lauren Southern was. That's literally what Nick Fuentes is. That's literally what most people what most of these people are. Like, most of the people that we accuse of being stochastic terrorists are people who are saying the things that they're saying and taking it to an extreme, because that is the best way to get your audience fired up and continue to click on those links every time you put it in a title talking about some crazy thing again. That's literally what Vaush did. That's literally what he continues to do. It's literally what Demon Mama does, where they talk about there being a trans genocide. They say things like, you need to arm up, you need to get ready for a war, there's an impending genocide coming, there's all, like, they keep pounding this crap into your head. Nick is authentic. Yes, no, I agree that Nick is authentic, but I'm saying that, like, he definitely pushes the things to the edge, just as Lauren Southern did as well. Just as any of these people that anybody would call a stochastic terrorist, they are all doing the same things. And Vaush is literally doing the same exact thing that all of them did. But he accused all of them of doing it, and he said that all of them were, doing this horrible crap, and there he goes and does the same exact thing.
It's a very, very, very small slice. And so if we're going to start to do demographic analysis of where these problems are and the prescriptions for fixing them, I think starting with Vaush and the trans community is a radically misguided way to approach the discussion.
Okay. Katie, what do you think?
I thought this was going to go a certain way, but I'm going to put my whole weight on Fulser's point. Make no point of my own and just say I'm like doubling down on what Fulser said.
We'll see how that works out for you. Staxiums, please.
Yeah, I wrote up a thing. I don't know if that was appropriate, but I'm just gonna read it real quick. So violence is justified for disenfranchised groups if it works to better their political positions and ultimately save lives. This should be a no-brainer for anyone. There is a caveat there, though, that I do not want to gloss over. If it works. Audrey Hale, the trans shooter, set back trans discourse, and we can see this with a huge amount of conservative rage lately.
I think Wick puts the video off to the side a little bit just to piss me off. I'm pretty sure he literally does this just to piss me off. It drives me crazy. I've been trying not to say anything about it this entire time, but I cannot stay silent anymore. There is way less space on this side than there is on this side. He's doing this just because he knows it will eat at me. He knows this is going to keep me up at night. This is bullcrap. It's on the bottom as well. There's more space on the bottom than there is on the top. I work very hard. I have to move this screen around like 20 times every stream, and still I get it right back smack dab in the middle every time. He has time to set this up. He doesn't even have to move it around. He doesn't have to do anything. He has time to set it up and get it right perfectly in the middle, and every time it's off to the side. Every time.
This is only mitigated by the fact that they don't have their stats on their side. Anyone looking into the situation will see an obvious through line. Trans people are less violent than nearly any other community. If there is another trans shooter, which there probably will be simply because America has a shit ton of shooters, I worry about a possible day that the stats are not in our favor, and any rhetoric that currently condones violence has the possibility of allowing this day to come to fruition. We unfortunately live in a democracy, and the left has to accept the fact that the issue is not some boogeyman corporation, but our neighbors who don't understand us. Communication is the only path that leads forward, and we are not in any meaningful place to suggest that violence is an answer. I've also seen a lot of rhetoric about genocide, and I do think that we should probably tone that down quite a bit. I think genocide is kind of an extreme word that is not justified.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. First time guest on my channel, Staxiums. We'll see how you do. Next up.
Yeah, I'm just cropping Wick out completely. He's just gone. He's gone. Sorry, I'm stealing your content and I'm cropping you out. This is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you deserve.
Who's Mark? Please.
Hi, yeah, I wrote something out as well, probably a little bit too long, but I'll read it out anyway. I'll try and be quick. So after looking at the
Wick is the real stochastic terrorist here. You see this even when I hit pause. It's like right over here. It's here.
comments that Vaush
Why is the pause button here? Why would that happen? Why would that ever be a thing?
just made regarding like previous acts of terror and how they could have been motivated by online reactionary figures, I would agree that by his own
Yes, sending Wick to the void, bro. Wick is gone to the void. That's it.
definition, he could be a stochastic terrorist. That being said, if I were Vaush, I would probably respond by saying that he never actually called broad inflammatory rhetoric inherently bad. Rather, it was bad because of the goals of that rhetoric, meaning that it caused violence against minorities. Vaush's rhetoric, at least ostensibly, calls for defensive acts and a call to arms in case of violence perpetrated against vulnerable minorities. At what point, if at any, do calls for violence or the acts of violence themselves become justified when your rights are being wrongly infringed? Are we reaching that point in the United States regarding trans rights? If those acts are never justified, what recourse do targeted groups have? On the other hand, if you think violence in a broader political self-defense sense is justified, to what extent are the advocates of this self-defense culpable for like the lone wolf terror attacks like we saw with this Tennessee shooting? I'm not claiming to have the answers, but I think these are interesting ethical dilemmas for us to consider and that I hope to on this panel.
We will try to have the discussion.
So I don't think anybody would look at Lauren Southern and say, well, it's Lauren Southern's fault that this shooting happened, right? I don't think anybody in their right mind would ever say that. Nobody who's talking about stochastic terrorism in a serious way would say, Lauren Southern made this shooting happen. She made this person go shoot up another place. Nobody would say this. But people who are talking about stochastic terrorism are saying that you have a responsibility to not influence people in a negative way. This is really important. This is what we talk about when we talk about responsible platforming and having people on and spreading ideas, that you have a responsibility to not influence people in a negative way. That doesn't mean that you always have to influence people in a positive way, but it does mean that you shouldn't be a negative influence on people. So if you are being influential in somebody's life and you are one of the factors that are driving them to become more terroristic or more violent and more threatening, then yes, like you are somebody who played a part in that process. Nobody's going to say Vaush is the reason that the shootings happened. Nobody would say that, right? But if shootings are happening and these people watched Vaush and they also are like big trans advocates, I think it's pretty obvious that we would all say that like, oh, he probably played a part in these shootings. He probably had something to do with this. And yeah, I think that like everybody, I think that like this is the way that we think about it. We're not saying, this is kind of like with the with the Mr. Girl thing where he's talking about Destiny's audience and he's saying like, you know, Destiny has a responsibility in how he engages with his platform. And everybody's like, oh, so Destiny's fans go and dock somebody and now it's Destiny's fault? He made them do it? No, but he is influencing them to go do it. He's influencing them in a negative way that makes them more likely to go do that. And so he should be responsible for the way that he influences people. He should be responsible for his own actions and the way that he engages with others. I'm not necessarily saying that Destiny did that, but I am saying that that is the argument, that that is what people are saying. And this is how they are trying to like explain it. Lauren Southern burned a boat with 17 kids on board and did Christchurch. Yes. Yep. True. And she murdered my entire family. Don't forget that.
It's up to you all how serious it is. Ginger, the best for last. Please, what are your thoughts?
I believe
I blame the rhetoric and the shooters, but I'm not going to blame Vaush himself, to be honest. Wait, who's saying the rhetoric? What do you mean? How you can't blame the words? The words don't just exist by themselves. The rhetoric is coming out of somebody's mouth. Somebody is choosing to say that rhetoric. Somebody is choosing to spread that rhetoric. It is on the person who does that.
The same lines as some of the people on the panel, that genocide is an extremely strong word to use. Also,
somebody needs to tell this person that they're on the wrong mic. I'm always the only person who tells people this. I pop into people's chats all the time and I'm like, oh, hey, by the way, you're on the wrong mic. They're like, what? Why have you guys just been listening to me for hours and nobody told me? Nobody said a word. It happens all the time. Or I just hop into somebody's chat and I'm like, oh, by the way, you're on the wrong mic. They're like, what? How have I been streaming this whole time and nobody told me?
but I do believe that Vaush's rhetoric can lead to people going ham on a situation that they necessarily wouldn't get that angry about. Maybe angry, yes, but not to the point where they'd go out and, start something drastic. Do I believe that he's leading people to school shootings? No. I believe that starts at home, and maybe the middleman becomes something online that you hear, see, or on TV or the news or something like that. But I believe that all school shootings start at home.
Sure. Ginger, are you using your right mic? Are you using your webcam mic, or are you using your mic you have now? Because it's sounding a little tinny and there's some echo.
Let's go. Wick. We're going to let you back in the picture now, buddy.
Hold on.
Sure.
We're going to let you back in the picture for that
one. Vaush actually reached out to me and gave me a statement. So I'm going to read that now. Hopefully that's okay. It's something he said publicly, so I don't think it's inappropriate, right? I did invite him on this panel, full disclosure, but he was like, nah, I don't want to. And this is fine. He says this. The belief that there's a rising threat of violence against trans people is basically a mainstream liberal position at this point. And the belief that threatened people should arm themselves preventative is fundamentally American. I haven't said anything radical. He, Sonsel, just likes whining. Okay, and with that, let's get into the discussion. Go ahead, gang.
Wait, what was the last bit about me? Sonsel is what?
Just likes whining.
Sonsel does like whining. That's true. But that's what all of us like to do. We're streamers. We need something to complain about. We need somebody to point the finger at and say, they're bad. That's the bad guy. Look how bad they are. Look how much bad guy stuff their bad guys doing. All right. Back to the void.
Is whining. Okay.
I'll allow it,
so,
by the way.
So Vaush has absolutely called for explicit violence when it comes, like in the Luke Beasley debate. He talks about like taking pot shots at conservatives rolling down and open carrying in the back of their trucks. So, I mean, I don't know. That's about as close to a call to violence as you could possibly get without like literally saying, okay, we're going to go to this place at this time, on this date, and we're going to open carry and we're going to, gun down as many people that oppose us as possible. Like, but in regards to other things that people said, I want to make it clear that my argument isn't staked on trans people being like the overwhelming, like, or being even a big part of the mass shooting issue, right? I don't think that right now, as it is, trans people are this like existential threat in the way that like maybe like far right nationalists who got mega radicalized in 2015 through 2019, going out and like shooting up synagogues and mosques and stuff, right? I wouldn't say that they're on that tier. I'm specifically focusing on the rhetoric that Vaush used. I had here, Vaush never called for explicit violence. He absolutely did. I just like gave the example. And in addition to that, neither did Lauren Southern.
Did Destiny make you play Factorio? Yes. He made me do it. I hate this game. I don't want to do it. He makes me do it. I've tried. I've asked him, Can I please stop? Can I please stop playing now? You won't let me do it.
Neither did PewDiePie. Neither did Ben Shapiro. But in one of the videos that I linked in our...
So again, for anybody who's been around for a long time, I started playing this game because Hassan said it was good. Okay, I'm not even kidding. I started, like, I still have the VOD if you want to see it. I started playing this game because Hassan said that it was a good game. I thought when everybody kept saying that it was a good game, I thought they were only saying that because Destiny was playing it. So I didn't believe anybody. I thought that they were all just like, I thought they were all just saying it was good because Destiny was playing it. But then I heard Hassan say that it was good. And I was like, oh crap, if Hassan's actually willing to say that a game is good when Destiny's playing it, that means that it must like actually be really good. Like it must actually be a freaking great game. And so I went and downloaded it that day on stream, started playing it. I've been addicted ever since. It is an amazing game. It really is. It is such a great freaking game. I love this game. I've already beaten it and I'm still playing it. It is so good.
Our group chat about this topic, the Christchurch video, he names all of them as being stochastic terrorists. He lists them all as being responsible for the media environment that the Christchurch shooter was taking in that led him to go out and shoot people up.
Just for clarification, just so we can have some facts in this debate, the manifesto released by the recent shooter in, I believe, Tennessee, was it? Does mention Vaush, but mentions Vaush as a terrorist.
Yeah. No, that was the Colorado one.
Yes.
The Colorado. I'm sorry.
There are two manifestos. Yeah, you're fine. There's two manifestos. There's one in Colorado where the person was caught before they did any kind of shooting.
Brandon, I'm telling you, this is an amazing game. Okay, you guys can cap all you want, you can cope all you want. This is a great freaking game. Okay, you will let your dislike for other streamers to allow you to miss out on this amazing game. Not me.
I didn't even think that this was a true story at first because the first article that was out there was written so shoddily. I thought it was like a Breitbart article written by like an angry 15-year-old. But it turns out that it is true. I don't know what the real context of them calling Vaush a terrorist in there was, but whatever. But yeah.
I just want to get this out of the way. Sorry, just real quick. I just want to get this out of the way. Is anyone accusing Vaush of encouraging these shooters at all? Because I wouldn't take that position at all. I think that's a pretty extreme position.
When
that's indefensible.
Say encouraging them, do you mean like that is?
Do you think he's like? Do you think that he actually influenced these shooters to do it, or do you think he has said things that can influence people to do it? Because I would say yes, he has said things that can influence people to shoot up schools or churches or whatever you want. He's influenced people to where it is likely they would go shoot up a church. It's not just that he says like, yes, you should arm up, but it's that when he talks about these things, he makes it sound like it's the end of days. It is doomsday. There is no other option. You are screwed. They are all coming for you. They are all trying to kill you. They're gonna genocide you. The fascists are winning. They're gonna get you. Like, it's all of that sort of fear-mongering kind of talk that leaves you to feel like there's no other option. There's nothing else we can do. Nobody else is listening. Nobody cares about us. The only way to let anybody know that this is even happening is to go shoot up a place and leave a manifesto afterwards. And that manifesto will get read all over the world. And then people will finally have to face the facts, and they'll have to see what is actually happening now, because I shot up a place, and that's the price that we have to pay to get people to pay attention. Like, this is how these types of shootings happen. Tom just plays this game, which he doesn't even like, to trick naive YouTube chatters into thinking he's secretly Destiny. It's working. It seems like most everybody thinks I'm Destiny. Yep.
At all for this specific shooting.
I don't think there's a way for us to know until the manifesto is like fully released. Yeah.
No, for sure. So I just don't want to. I just want to. Maybe talking about Audrey Hill doesn't bring the most amount of productive conversations because it seems like no one's blaming her actions on Vaush.
ask a
but I have a
question?
No. Shut
Well,
up,
let's go
Katie.
with Katie and then Uzmark. Go ahead, Katie.
Just to try to go off of what Stax was saying, Sansol, are you basically trying to say not necessarily that we can blame Vaush for any shootings, but that his rhetoric stokes fear that might influence those?
Yes,
The,
that's
I
what
feel
I
like
would
that's
say.
your
inciting the inciting
would say.
incident on Twitter was me saying, if I was Vaush, I would be tiptoeing around this one until I knew that my name was completely in the clear, until I knew what the actual motive for the shooting was. Because holy shit, if they talk about the translation,
Talks like Destiny, plays game like Destiny, quacks like Destiny, you're Destiny. I don't talk like Destiny, and I don't quack like Destiny. That's the thing, though. I play a game like Destiny, but all of the others, I don't do those things. Though I suppose if I had viewers like Destiny, you could start to say it. You need to fix that part. Fix that part. Let's get a couple thousand people in here. Then we will. Then you guys can start to call me Destiny.
legislation, if they talk about the trans genocide especially, oh man, that's going to be a really, really fucking bad look for you, right? That was the inciting tweet, was I would be tiptoeing around the topic.
Yeah, and I remember in our conversation I told you that even if that was mentioned, I don't think there's any issue with Vaush regarding that.
So can I ask you,
Even though
Katie?
he would be even if Vaush was saying we need to be taking pot shots at people who are threatening us, whether it's explicit or implicit, we should be taking pot shots at them out of our windows. We should be preparing like we're
Sansol?
already under a
Sansol,
genocide.
The reason why you only bring up that quote is because it's a
Sansol.
specific quote who was said in a specific context when he was talking about a civil war already happening when people are genociding trans people. You don't have other quotes because
That's
you're
not
blowing
the
that
context
quote
of that
out
quote.
proportion.
That's not
fine.
the context of the quote at all. He doesn't say, in a couple of years when there's already people being shipped off in the camps, I want us to start shooting conservatives. No, he said that in the same way that those this is paraphrased, but it's pretty close. In the same way that the Patriot Prayer guys who were rolling around BLM protests in their $60,000 trucks.
Wow, she mom voices everyone. When I had a conversation with her about the way she talks to people, she said that people call it the retarded nephew voice. When this is the way that you would talk to your retarded nephew, the way you would talk down to them.
Open
Yes.
carrying, right? I want people to take pot shots at them out of their windows, right? He's not talking about a civil war or an oncoming grand conflict. He's just talking about it.
He's talking about if white supremacy group militias are in your street that obviously have hostile intents towards you, you should arm yourself so you can defend yourself. That was what he was saying.
I
Okay.
think even if we were to take that at face value, that seems like an extreme hypothetical that we probably shouldn't be engaging in because it only stokes fear. I don't think that's even close to a reality that we currently are living in. Now we can
that's the
say
reality
that's
that he
just
says
not
that
the
we're
framing
already
that Sansol gives
Yeah.
it.
No,
Yeah,
that's
and-
exactly the context that he
I
says
wanna-
that we're in
No,
right
for
now.
him,
I want
for him
to.
to say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Ginger, finish your thing, but I have a question for Katie. Go ahead, Ginger.
Oh no, just for him to say that we're somehow in the midst of a trans genocide and they're close to being shipped off to camps and stuff is absolutely ridiculous. Sure, there are plenty of people that are against trans movements, but to say that we're close to encampments is absolutely nonsense.
So, Katie, in your opinion, this kind of rhetoric that Vaush has engaged in, just to be clear, does not has had no influence on the violence that we've seen. That's your position?
What violence that we've seen? One mass shooter who happened to be trans?
Fair
That
enough.
violence that we've seen?
Okay. So,
Okay, good.
would you say that libs of TikTok is their rhetoric is responsible for the violence that we've seen on the other side?
Is it responsible? No, it's one contributing factor of a bigger media machine.
Okay, but it is a contributing factor.
Holy
correct?
shit, that's like
Be
my
clear, I'll
entire
be clear.
argument about Vaush.
We need to be clear though. Libs of TikTok is way more.
That's what I was gonna say. This is literally what I said about Vaush. This is literally, what's up, Dingley? Yeah, this is literally what I'm saying about Vaush, is that like he's not the one making them go do it. He's not making people go shoot up places, but he is an influence on it. He is part of that system. He is part of like the fear mongering that gets people to go do stuff like this.
More fucking aggressive than Vaush. Libs of TikTok
And
is
also
bigger
bigger.
people.
But then you
Like-
have to say that they're all involved. Like you'd have to go back down to like Keffels and shit like that, where like
Do you mind
even-
if I clarify?
Yes, I would
this?
say that anyone in like the Vaush orbit that pushes this same trans genocide rhetoric in the way that they do is absolutely doing the exact same thing as Vaush. I would say
Do
that
you-
I know that Demon Mama has put out this rhetoric. I know that some of like the very small orbiters around Demon Mama have said it. I know that I think Keffels has said it.
Yep.
Keffels has said
and
it a few times.
yeah.
Though she
and I
might have
think-
backtracked on that
Hello?
after. I don't-
She backtracks on almost everything she says, so I believe it.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna finish this. I think Xander Hall, but for the life of me, I cannot stand watching his videos. So I couldn't suffer through a
true.
full one of his videos.
It
to
is
make sure.
true.
So
Sounds
I will put his-
Oh, it's so painful watching anything by Xanderhall, dude. It's not even entertaining, dude. It just sucks the life out of you. It's so hard. It is so frustrating seeing somebody like that with so many more viewers than somebody like me. Oh, it's painful, dude. The people who got in early really just like were able to eat up a lot of the viewer shares and just grab onto them, and they're not gonna let them go. It sucks. I wish I could go back in time and be like, dude, get in before Xander Hall, and you will be able to just rise to the top eventually. Like it'll be super easy.
his name in there.
Question and then a comment.
Well,
Tom, would you think these people that don't think Vaush holds any blame of Nick Fuentes was mentioned in a manifesto by a right-wing mass shooter? No, I think all of these people would immediately say that if Nick Fuentes was mentioned in a manifesto by a right-wing shooter, that he was that he is a stochastic terrorist. Tom viewers jump between many channels. They do. This is the problem. Yes. If I'd gotten in early, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But now, if I stream, I could have like a couple hundred people in chat, or Destiny's streaming and I got like 30 or 40 people in chat. So, yeah.
well, let's
yeah.
let Katie clarify. Then you can have the
Sure.
question. Then Uzbark's been in line for a bit.
Yeah,
So.
this is very clear. You can talk about Vaush and his orbit and how their rhetoric, like what Stack said, I think that was a pretty good framing that you can argue about. However, there isn't trans violence, like that is an issue. However, a lot of violence by the conservative media machine has absolutely happened against trans people and other marginalized communities. So we're outraging about a violence that doesn't exist from a group that even if Vaush and Keffels and all the orbiters are accountable for, which sure, I'm open to that idea, does not have the same mainstream reach, the same financial backing, and the same amount of audience. This is absurd. It's not
Number one,
equivocal in any way.
Okay, I never like once tried to say that I've already explicitly said the exact opposite. That I don't think that right now, as it stands, that trans violence is as a response to this, as far as we know with this one shooter, we don't know, but like even broadly speaking, that trans people are going out and shooting people up. What I'm
Then
specifically
what are you upset
critiquing,
about?
well, if you would let me speak, then I'll.
Yeah, we already have like rules and ethics to say that you shouldn't speak like this so that these sorts of things don't happen. We don't have to, we don't need to be reactive and wait for somebody to get killed in order to be upset about it. That would be ridiculous. And I feel like Sanso and Katie already had this conversation, so I'm pretty sure she already knows all of his positions.
I'll tell you. What I'm specifically upset about is the rhetoric that Vaush uses is the exact same plug and play.
And Katie's the one who's always upset with everybody else about their rhetoric. Like, that's literally her entire issue with Destiny, is that she thinks he uses irresponsible rhetoric all the time. That's always what she's upset with him about. And then now she's denying that Vaush is using irresponsible rhetoric. That's freaking crazy, dude. That is out there. That is nuts.
Rhetoric that people who were pushing the white genocide rhetoric in 2015 through 2019, Lauren Southern,
hitting the dislike button if a chatter asks me to like. That's okay. The dislike button is helpful as well. So I appreciate it either way.
Fucking Stefan
So-
mauling you. Those
so-
people talked about like they're already taking away your rights to go out and peacefully protest for this because you'll get canceled and you'll get your life
So,
ruined.
are
Let me
you-
finish. All right.
Come on.
They're taking away your ability to protest. They're taking away your voting rights by, browning America and browning the West. So they're having a larger share of the votes. They're taking away all of the institutions. The only option at the end of the day that they leave you is violence. And that's the same thing with Vaush.
That's great. So, in terms of what bothers you with the rhetoric is that you think some rhetoric
The interesting part of that is I hardcore disagree with Nick, but I believe he is opposed to violence for political gain the way Vaush is. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I would say that, like, Nick has probably gone out of his way and done a lot more work to make sure that his audience is not violent. Way more work than Vaush has. I've watched Nick. I know Nick. I know his viewers. I've talked to Nick numerous times. He is definitely opposed to his audience ever talking about anything violent, anybody else on Cozy talking about things violent, or influencing people to be violent whatsoever. He is very much opposed to that sort of crap and very much opposed to that sort of rhetoric. He does not want to be put into that
I
camp,
love you,
and he's
Tom.
smart about avoiding that. But Vaush, not so much. I love you too, Shman. Appreciate the sub.
shouldn't be used on either side, not the consequences of what rhetoric can lead to, because I think that's bullshit.
No, I think we're worried about consequences. I don't think anyone here.
No.
I think.
Hi, hello.
Wait, why are you gonna cut me off, but I don't get to cut you off?
Because I'm responding to
Standards. It's misandry.
I'm
Okay.
I'm so disaffranchised here.
Okay, no, I get to. First of all, I get to decide who gets to cut each other off, and poor Falsers has been very
Good
good.
idea.
And poor
Who's talking? Who's talking? I can't tell who's talking. Can you guys tell? I don't know who that is. Strange. Strange. There's somebody talking that's not on the screen. It's really weird.
poor Uzmark has been very good, and so I'm going to reward them both, right, for being very good by letting
anything to
Falsers.
say.
I don't know where that voice is coming from. I can't tell. I don't know whose voice that is.
And then Uzmark go. Falsers, please.
So, quick question and then a following comment. My question is, with the it's not great links, but you've gone to some links, Sonsel, to hold this conversation about Vaush. And again, I agree with you on a lot of what you're saying. But my question is, did you feel the same level of conviction to talk about stochastic terrorism every time you saw a right-wing extremist mass shooting?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this is pure whataboutism. But even if they were right, even if he didn't talk about it every time a right-wing shooter did it, the entire point is that nobody cares when a left-winger does it. That's the whole point, is that stochastic terrorism is it turned out to be just a new way to hate on right-wingers, because when the lefties do the same exact thing, nobody cares. It was just a new way to crap on everybody on the right. And so, yeah, even if we want to engage with the stupid whataboutism, and even if Sonsol never cared about right-wingers doing it, it doesn't matter, because the hypocrisy still exists. The problem is that people pretend to care about stochastic terrorism, but they don't. They only care about it when it's a way to crap on right-wingers. That's it.
In regards to Donald Trump's rhetoric?
Yes, that is how I built my entire platform, is talking about Nazis who were going around and fucking shooting people up because of their fucking fragile little minds not being able to handle seeing brown people at the fucking supermarket.
That's how he built his entire platform, guys. That's how he did it. He whipped those Nazis while they built it brick by brick. He was forcing Nazis into labor camps.
Of course I called it out then, because I don't like seeing people go out and fucking shoot up supermarkets or churches or fucking synagogues or mosques.
Tonight I learned I can't watch TED Talks on stream. but at least now I get to watch Tom. Let's go. Tom Talks. Let's get it. He gets to watch the Tom Talks. Yeah. That was gay. So there is a woman I talked about in the debate last night. L-O-U-A-N-N. Luann Brizendine. She is a neuroscientist. She wrote the book on the female brain. Literally, the book, the female, that's not a colloquialism. She literally wrote the book called The Female Brain. Okay. This is a book that I wrote. This is one of the books that I use when I'm talking about gender. I have invited her on for an interview. I would like to talk to her about her books and about brains and about gender and about the differences between male and female brains and where we can see like socialization and how much it changes. And I'm even going to try to get I'm going to try to see if she'll also answer questions from the audience. And if so, then I'm going to ask Lav to come ask questions. So trying to get her on. Really trying to get this. I would love to speak with her. This would be huge. There's smaller channels with way less views than me have interviewed her, so I think I have a chance. But I like, man, I would love to be able to speak with her about this stuff, to actually have a real neuroscientist on here, to be able to answer questions about this specific topic. The expert on this would be here to talk about the thing that I talk about. This would be so great. So I'm really trying to get her on. Really excited to. I emailed her publicist, and then emailed her last night. So we'll see. But this is something that I'm working on, or that is in the works. And so yeah, keep an eye out for that, because that'll be really exciting.
Because they can't fucking go out and advocate
What up,
for things
Clark?
peacefully. Yes, of course I did.
What it do?
I think that's great. And so my
on our
comment
side.
is,
What do you
I
mean
think it's
nobody's
important.
doing that? There's
I think
like
it's important
15
when we
things
have
that
these
happened by the
discussions.
Nazis.
I think it's important when we have these discussions to talk about things that are useful. And again, we're not talking about something that's super useful here, because Vaush is, he's a content creator in like the Twitch Pulse space, and his reach isn't that big. And when we look at the reach of the people in the right wing that espouse the same rhetoric, and then we see the consequences of that, is a much, much, much heavier conversation. But I take issue with the entire conversation across the board. I think the entire conversation around stochastic terrorism is demagoguery. And it's important to understand what we mean when we say that word. It's political rhetoric that is seeking support by appealing to prejudices and passionate desires rather than rationality and data. That's this whole conversation. And it gaslights away from a need to address gun violence.
Gaslights away a need to address your mom.
Because frankly, it doesn't matter if Vaush had a crazy take that was extreme about transgenocide, because there's always going to be mentally ill people in the world, and he can't be 100% accountable for their actions. What does matter in a quantifiable and meaningful way is that person's access, the mentally ill person's access to acquire a firearm and utilize it. And every bit of this conversation on every side takes us further away from addressing these very, very, very real problems that we have an abundance of evidence to show that we could have solutions for.
Okay.
I'd love to go.
Can I just respond to that super quick?
Yeah.
Or
Super quick.
Go for it.
And then
For
we
it.
have more people
I
in
want
line.
to
Staxon-
ask a question.
Yeah, and Uzmarks has been waiting.
I want to
so
ask
go
a
ahead.
question.
Okay, I reject the idea that we can't talk about bad rhetoric on our side because it takes away from the talk about gun gun legislation in the United States, that is a
Yeah, that's
mainstream
dumb.
talking point that everybody's talking about. And in regards to this conversation, I have also talked about, I still have like ideas around like things that we can do for gun legislation to try and mitigate the amount of mass shooting events that there are. But like that doesn't mean that I can't point out that there is the possibility of an increase of left-wing violence because of this kind of rhetoric. The transgenocide. I
You
almost said
can. It
meme,
just makes you a
but-
demagogue. You absolutely can.
I'm sorry. How am I more of a demagogue than the people who
That's
are
dumb.
lying that there is a genocide happening in the United States against LGBT people?
That is thought terminating rhetoric right there.
It's not
With
comparative.
no evidence.
I'm not suggesting you're worse than somebody. I'm just saying, like,
But where is the
it within
demagoguery?
itself
Where
is an
I'm
act of
saying
demagoguery.
I'm not selling an ideology. I'm calling out blatant lies that they are pushing towards a.
Whoa! Whoa! Wick! How'd you get back on the screen, bro? What the heck? My mic is not muted. Your mic is muted. Why? What? Where did Katie go?
An entire demographic of people in order to just scare them into purchasing more firearms, which it seems like you're against.
No, look, I agree that calling it like a genocide is extreme. I agree Vaush has said some super fucking out of pocket things. I agree that he's made some explicit calls to violence, and we should condemn that. The thing we don't agree on is whether or not this conversation in a larger sense is meaningful. And I don't think it is. And it's not that I'm unwilling to participate in it. I just think.
What is an H index? I have no idea what that is. It's Wickcraft. True. That is Wickcraft.
It misses the forest for the fucking trees, right? So
At what point would it become reasonable to talk about this? How many
Robo's
people
gang.
would have to be
Robo's
confirmed
getting.
to have gone out and committed left-wing violence as a result of the fears stoked by this rhetoric
More
for
than
you to
one-
say, okay, now we're at a problem. Now we have a
more
problem.
than 1%.
Wait, hold on. We can absolutely
it?
walk and chew gum at the same time. We can discuss this issue and then also talk about gun violence at the same time. I have plenty of videos, I have plenty of content talking about the issues with gun violence, the fact that America is.
Yeah, this is always really dumb. It's a dumb thing for anybody to ever say that, oh, it's taking away from the real issue is what it is. That's the problem is the real issue isn't getting the attention that it needs now. That's stupid. You can always give the other thing attention. You're never focusing on just one thing at a time to where nothing else matters anymore. We're always covering numerous topics and talking about numerous things. So it like to say we're talking about this thing, therefore we can't talk about that thing. It's such a stupid argument that people make all the time.
Is the only one who seems to have this issue, and we can also say that Vaush's rhetoric is out of pocket.
Do we not like Wick here? No, we hate Wick. We hate him. He puts his freaking screen like 3 inches farther to one direction than the other. Look at this. Look at this crap. Look at that. There's like a tiny little gap over here. And then a whole freaking massive gap on this side. And then same at the top. Oh, just a little bitty. Little gap right there. And then, whoa, there's a big freaking gap at the bottom. Why? Why are they not the same size? It's insane. It's not right. So yes, we hate Wick. I will not stand Wick.
Know why we have to when we're having this conversation we always have to add in that little disclaimer that hey, this isn't actually that big of a deal, because I'll agree.
Neither of those things is what Sansol is whining about with love.
No,
but Sansol isn't the only person on this panel, and I'm sure Saxium has his own.
talking to falsers.
Yeah.
I was replying to falsers. I know you yeah, anyway, sorry.
No, go on.
I know you just want to argue against Sansol, but suck it, Katie.
Come on, please.
No, I was gonna say you left, so you missed it. But that's
Cut him off, Katie. Don't
Yeah.
let him get it out.
No, that wasn't. No, but I think that it's absolutely ridiculous that we can't talk about this kind of insane rhetoric. I don't think that there has been this large uptick with left-wing violence. at all. I don't think that there is any sort of justification to say, hey, this has been I don't see any consequences right now. I want to nip this in the bud, and I want to say,
They're
hey,
not violent, they're
Vaush, you're fucking
talkers.
insane. Stop it. Like, I don't want any of his rhetoric. I want to stop this before a fucking mass shooter mentions his name in a beneficial way. And I don't think that he is at fault at all for any specific violence that has occurred yet. I just want to nip it in the bud. That's all. And I think that should be a pretty easy thing to say is, hey, don't mention the 7th stage of genocide denial, or say that we're on the 7th stage of genocide when that's absolutely not justifiable in any way.
I want Uzmark to be able to go.
What?
I want Uzmark
Yeah,
to be able to go.
Do you want to get
it's
into
a
the Gregory
question-
Sansel?
No, hold on. I have a question for Sonsol, right? I think it's pretty clear that you think Vaush is doing something wrong by advocating what he's advocating. However, at what point do you think his rhetoric would be reasonable and would be justifiable? So obviously, when we're talking about transgenocide, it's there's a common understanding, I think, of everyone on the panel that it's pretty overblown. Like, trans people are not undergoing a genocide. However,
Uzmark, that is not a common understanding on the panel. Just FYI. So.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, right. But I think it is clear, undeniable, that anti-trans legislation is being passed, right? So at what point do you think kind of this like revolutionary rhetoric does actually become reasonable and justifiable, Sansal?
Anti-trans stuff. Anti-trans stuff. You gotta be kidding me. Anti-trans stuff. Have y'all seen? Have y'all not seen? Dylan Mulvaney is getting shoved in our faces all freaking day. We can't go anywhere without trans people getting shoved in our faces, shoved down our throats. I got trans people down my throat all day. I got a trans person down my throat all the time. And we can't get away from it. You know why we can't get away from it? Because people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder will not shut up about it. They won't freaking shut up. They're shoving it down our throats all the time. They will not leave it alone. Clark, I'm in the middle of a rant, man. What are you doing? I was on an awesome rant there. I appreciate the $2 though. Thank you. Actually, Candace Owens, they won't get it out of our faces. I can't go anywhere without these people posting freaking pictures of Dylan Mulvaney all over the place. I just want to sit back, hang out, drink a cold Bud Light. You know, just hang out, just chill. But I can't because people like these guys will not shut up about it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this freaking crap. Dylan Mulvaney. Okay? Look at this. New York Post, 10,000 views. The Hill, 59,000 views. Fox News, 245,000 views. Do you see this? 245,000 views. Let's go to Dylan Mulvaney's page. What does Dylan Mulvaney get? Oh, what? They got 20,000 subscribers. Their videos are getting way less views. Their videos are getting way less views. But it's Fox News who keeps wanting to shove trans people down my throat. All the time. I always have a trans person down my throat because of them. There's Fox News, the Daily Wire, all of these people, they are trying to trans our children. It seems pretty obvious at this point. They are libs of TikTok. They are all pushing a trans agenda. They are all just pushing trans people all over the place. They can't stop. We need to fight back. We need to fight back at this point. It's time to boycott them. It's time to boycott the Daily Wire. It's time to boycott Fox News. It's time to boycott Steven Crowder. It's time to boycott all of these people who will not stop shoving the trans agenda down our throats. Libs of TikTok, you are on the list. You are not getting away with this either. Okay? I've had it. I've had it.
Yeah. So when we look at any definition of genocide, we are going to see a lead up to it. I think that people have rightly used the 10 stages of genocide that is used by Genocide Watch to kind of point out.
Yeah, there you go.
Clark
Good timing.
W super
Yes,
chatted
thank you.
$2. Opinion on the right's anti-LGBT/woke rhetoric.
True. True. My goodness. Much better timing there, Clark. It was much better. Thank you. More grandstanding. I like it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It hurts to always have a trans person shoved down your throat. It hurts. I can speak from experience.
Hey, there are things that are happening that could eventually turn into something that is worse, right? I think that broadly speaking, when we talk about something that is at the point of taking violent action against the state or against political actors who are in support of that sort of legislation, there has to be something more than, anti like sports ban or anti like trans sports bans or
You want to see? You want to see what we should do? This is how we do it. This is how we boycott, guys. I got you. This is how we boycott.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible.
Wait, that's not even there's no, what? Dylan Mulvaney's not even on any of these boxes. What the hell?
Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
That is Kid Rock.
Have a terrific day.
I feel like It seems like they didn't even know what music they were going to be dancing to. They just started doing dance moves, and then they added the music later.
Hey, impressive carrying skills, right? I got some Bud Lights for us. So, I kept hearing about this thing called March Madness, and I thought we were all just having a hectic month, but it turns out it has something to do with sports. And I'm not sure exactly which sport, but either way, it's a cause to celebrate. This month, I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood, and Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it. Check out my Instagram story to see how you can enjoy March Madness with...
Wow. Wow. They freaking sent Dylan a beer can with their own face on it for their own refrigerator. This is insane. I can't believe it. They've got a beer can with their face on it. Nope. Nope. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Nope. Can't do it. Taking all $5 out of that one. I'm boycotting. I got $5 whole in Bud Light. I think all of us together, we all add up all the money we all got in Bud Light stocks and Anheuser-Busch. We will probably take like a total of like $70, $80 from them. Show them.
Bud Light. I am at Kate Spade, New York to find the perfect spring outfit. Let's go! Kate Spade, New York is a staple in my wardrobe, and I think I absolutely need to have this as my spring bag.
Can't do it. Nope. 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 It's gone too far.
Things like that. I would be looking more towards to call it a genocide, which is what I would say is.
I'm a girl now, and girls don't care about sports. True. True. I'm just a dumb girl now. I don't know anything anymore. I lost all my brain cells when I switched to being a girl.
It's like the point where you're like, okay, well, if we're going to go down this road, this is the violence now, right? We're going to be looking at taking away people's citizenship. We're going to be talking about deportations. We're going to be talking about massive restrictions in their civil rights, whether it's freedom of speech, freedom of expression, their ability to get certain jobs or not. So like if there were or like the forcible removal of children, which they attempted in Texas, but it was overturned in our courts because our institutions fucking rock. Like those are the sorts of things that I would be saying. This is now the time where it is justifiable to use this rhetoric, but we're not there yet, right? And there's still plenty that we can do in a peaceful way that we should be advocating for instead of jumping the gun and blowing our load before it's time to.
Speaking of blowing their load, Katie, please.
Yeah, I'm confused because, Usmark, I actually think we are probably maybe on the same page than most people. I don't know why...
We're maybe on the same page than most people? I don't think that's a... What?
Calling for people to arm themselves for self-defense purposes is a revolutionary call. I get that some people are confused, and trust me, I'm not for the Second Amendment, but if people do believe in like the right to own guns.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that Katie is the type of person that Jordan Peterson would clip and put on the internet as though she is representative of the left. This is the type of crap that he would clip, the type of stuff that she says that he would clip and put up on the internet and be like, look at the left. Look at what they're doing. Look at it. Look how crazy this is.
And Americans do seem obsessed with their right to defend themselves with guns against whatever they think oppression is. Then I'm not really sure what's revolutionary about like arming yourself for self-defense. I don't think it was revolutionary or is revolutionary when we tell women to own firearms to protect themselves. I don't know why it's not okay when we tell trans people to do that and how that's revolutionary.
No, I think I would agree with you. I think I would agree with you, Katie.
Katie?
I think Vaush, the comments that he's made from what I've seen, it is clear that he's talking about this in...
Why is he changing his accent now? That was not his accent earlier. He totally changed his accent.
Self-defense. Now, I agree with Sansol. It is alarming what the rhetoric that he uses, the language that he uses, but it's alarmist by intentionally, right? He wants to.
says,
Yeah, he has said it's alarmist by intention. And I would agree with you. I don't think there's something inherently wrong with calling for trans people to arm themselves in the potential case that that a genocide could be looming, and there are indicators to suggest that it could be.
That is such a fake accent, bro. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. That is so fake.
On its way.
awesome.
So yeah, I would agree with
about what Vaush said, though, because it wasn't just arm yourself in self-defense. It was arm yourself in self-defense and you're being genocided. And if you get an opportunity, you should take it. So, like, it's a little
And
more
there's
than
no
that.
other
Right.
recourse. That is
Right.
the biggest thing that he said, that there is no other recourse, that the Republicans, at that time, the midterms hadn't happened. He was wrong. That seems to be a growing trend with Vaush. But like he said, 2022, we're going to lose. They're going to take the House, the Senate, and then in 2024, it's a toss-up whether or not we're even going to have a chance at having a free and fair election. And if the Republicans win both in 2022 and in 2024, then at that point, what is going to happen? They're going to erode all of our institutions in a way that
Well done. Well done, Sansol. Good research, buddy. You got the quotes ready. Let's go.
there will no longer be any, like, even the pretense of a recourse that they're saying that we
Right. So I would agree with you.
Real quick.
Fair. That's not that insane.
Moodit gave me $5. Moodit gave me money, gang. Stop. Moodit gave.
No, that is insane. That is insane. He does continuously say that the elections are rigged, that like this is literally what we all got pissed off at Trump for. This is literally what we all got pissed off at Trump for, and that what we say caused January 6th, right? Like, this is literally the same exact crap. This is the same exact rhetoric. Is saying that the election process doesn't work, that the election is rigged, that nothing you can do, that you can't do anything to stop it, that you have to fight back. Like, this is exactly the same rhetoric that caused January 6th. It is freaking crazy. It is crazy talk.
Gave me money to say this. Arming inherently implies that there is a lethal force ready to attack. This is not the case right now. Therefore, self-defense rhetoric is unjustified. Okay, carry on. Staxiums, go.
No, I would agree with that. I would agree with that for sure. I don't think that it's fair to call this self-defense when we're equivocating violence so much that we're just saying, oh, inaccess to medical devices is violence, therefore you can shoot up, pharmacy. I don't know what exactly the rhetoric is prescribed.
Especially in America, where like where like trans healthcare is largely added as like a medical issue that the government's going to take care of a lot of the time, like at least partly. Whereas like for me, having like ADHD, the government doesn't take care of that. Like, they're not going to help me with this. My messed up knee, literally the government shattered my kneecap. Cops shattered my kneecap, and they the government's not going to help me with that. They don't freaking care. Like, so based on American standards, yeah, I don't think that it's fair to make a huge fuss over what's happening to trans people as though it's out of the ordinary or unfair compared to everybody else, when I'm not saying that I'm against like trans people having health care taken care of by the government, but I am saying that I think it's a huge leap to now say that there's like super unfair treatment in this regard.
Prescribing, but
he never
no, but the rhetoric, the rhetoric.
I don't know what he's prescribing. He's kind of leaving it intentionally vague and ambiguous. Just arm yourself, and it's like, okay, I don't see.
Yes, you make it sound like there's no other option, like they need to go fight, like they need to do something about this, and then you end it with, yeah, you need to arm yourself. Like, I think the implications are pretty obvious. Whether he's doing it on purpose or not, that's the way it's going to be heard.
See a specific person out there going to shoot me. So I understand
But when we're impugning his character, we need to be quite careful, right, in analyzing the exact language that he's used. Because I could agree with you. This is a sensitive topic.
I'm not
spectrum.
impugning his character necessarily. I'm just the enlightened centrist here, okay? And that's important to understand. But I will criticize Sansel a little bit. It is kind of fair to say that Republicans are looking to completely erode our institutions. I think that's kind of been their game plan for the last 15, 16 years ever since.
I think that that's a little bit ridiculous. I think that when you look at the things that Republicans are trying to erode, I think that you can find some sort of equivalent from the Democrats. But nobody would say that the Democrats are trying to erode our institutions except for the Republicans. You look at what the Democrats are doing, where they want to get rid of electoral college. They want to get rid of the filibuster. They want to they want to, what is it, like flood the courts? What is it, where they like get a ton of Supreme Court justices in? They have tons of things that they do and that they push for, and that are like, yeah, that seem to be like similar to things that the Republicans are trying to do. Yes, pack the courts, yes. But yeah, nobody sees this stuff as anti-democratic because this is what they want. This is what they want. They're like, oh, well, no, these are good things. I'm happy with that. So that's not anti-democratic now. But when the Republicans are doing things that they want and that they think are good things, now it's anti-democratic because I don't like that. That's kind of how the logic works, it seemingly.
Since McConnell has been the speaker, like kind of their entire game plan has been... go ahead. It seems like people disagree. Go ahead.
No. I would agree with you. I would say, to be clear, from what Vaush has said, he has said that we should exhaust all democratic means that we have available to us before any sort of like violent action is taken.
But
now, I agree with Sansol that he is saying that it is inevitable that it will come to the point where we have to use violence. So it's kind of complicated. He on one hand is saying that we should exhaust all democratic means, but then he is being like fatalist and saying that it will come to a point where we have to.
I want to give Ginger a space. Ginger wants in. Go ahead, Ginger.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. Trump was just saying that we should be defensive in the type of violence that we use. When he was talking to everybody about January 6th, he was telling them to fight back. He wasn't saying to be like on the offensive. He was saying fight back. So it's okay. It's all right now. It's all good. Not a big deal.
Sure.
Sorry, I was messing with my lighting. No, I don't see how one, possibly two shooters is a reflection of anybody. Like that's a reflection of them.
Does anyone think that?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think anybody's used the shooters as a reason for why this is a problem. I think they're just talking about the rhetoric by itself.
Okay, can I like say this for the
who?
Like hopefully
I don't know who you're
last
pointing
time.
to. I'm sorry.
Right. For the to be ultra clear, I am trying to point out, and this is not something that I said specifically because of the trans like shooter in Nashville, right?
He's specifically saying it because he hates trans people. I think anybody can see that's obvious.
I've been saying this since that first debate happened, right? There's a debate on my channel like 2 weeks after his debate where I argued with someone about this.
Whoa! Wow! Oh, he argued with somebody about it. Oh, he argued with somebody about it. You guys hear that? Oh, wow, Sansol, great job. You freaking argued with somebody about it. Why don't we throw a parade for you, buddy? Why don't we throw a big friggin' parade for Sansol? He argued with somebody about it. Just kidding. I don't know. I don't know.
That I've been saying for a while. It has nothing to do specifically with the Nashville shooter, but because of the Nashville shooter's identity and because of the possibility that it has something to do with the increase in anti-trans legislation.
Okay,
right.
I'm sorry, but then I have a follow-up question. when did this start then for you? Like-
It started, I believe, the debate that he had with Luke Beasley, where he said all of the original inciting language, was 10 months ago.
So the 10 months ago, do you feel like anything's come from what he said?
No. I think that there's been some more anti-trans legislation, the worst of which has either not even seen the
Yeah, none of it's even gotten through, so it's not even worth bringing up.
floor of whatever's house in the states that they're being proposed in. It's been voted down, or it's been shot down in the courts. This is
Okay.
the trend that we see with the worst bills.
All right, second follow-up question. Do you think that has anything to do with Vaush or anybody on Twitch or YouTube?
Wait, hold on. Who cares about these? We all agree that there aren't any consequences for Vaush's actions. We can use our brains here for a second and say it's not good to tell someone to pick up a gun. Is that the craziest thing in the world to say?
I don't think but I watched Destiny play Factorio for months, and I still have no idea what's going on besides building things for a rocket. Yeah, it doesn't, like, I didn't understand it either, and it took me a while to figure it out. It's really actually, like, kind of hard to understand, but it's, yeah, it's complicated. Like, you can only really understand it if you actually play it. Like, that's the only way that you can get what's actually going on here.
It's bizarre that you don't understand that he never says that. If he says, arm yourself for self-defense, whether you agree that it's self-defense or not,
Okay.
if you say you don't even know what he's saying, then it's really stupid to say
Can I
that he's
follow
telling
Katie?
people to go and
Agree
shoot
that he
people.
said to pick up a gun?
Wait, what is she even talking about there? What is she even saying?
So-
Is that- do we agree on
The
I'm
reason
posing that this.
arm yourself for self-defense.
Yes.
But he's
I just
already
need to
saying
with
that
that.
it's time for
Okay,
self-defense.
stop,
That is a fucking problem. Because
stop.
you can say
Stop. I will stop
Hey,
you
guys,
if you don't stop. I will stop you if you don't. I will stop all of you if you don't stop. I want people to be able to respond. Go ahead, Sansol.
Okay. The problem isn't when he says, like, you know, prepare yourself. If you want to buy a gun, like, if this was his statement, I wouldn't have any problem with it. If he said, hey guys, things are getting a little scary. I personally own a gun for personal self-defense. If you want to do that and you feel safe with a gun in your house, you should do that. And then he left it at that. I would have zero fucking problem. Pro Second Amendment, baby. If you want to have a gun and you like to go out to fucking shooting ranges and,
True,
and, you know, like,
schma.
shoot thermite because it's just a fun big boom because you like fireworks, I have no fucking problem with that. It's the things.
Get your hand out of the freaking cameras, you stupid women. What are you doing? They see you. They know you're there. You don't always have to have all the attention.
After that, he says, where he
This is such a
directly.
Twitch poll moment. Jesus.
Yeah, seriously, it was freaking insane, dude. This is insane. There's people talking, and while he's talking, instead of listening to what he has to say, they're all ready to respond. They already want to respond. I don't even know what you're saying, but I already know what I want to say. It is insane, dude. This is crazy.
Jesus Christ. This whole panel's a Twitch poll moment. It's so frustrating because I agree with so much of what is being said. Like, we all care about the same things, right? And yet we're sitting here talking about fucking Vaush tweeting 10 months ago.
No,
I'm
this
losing
was
my
a-
fucking
I thought he was talking about the hands. Damn it, I thought he had a moment there. I thought he had a moment. He was almost based for like half a second.
camera.
This is an
Chat, you're part of
ongoing.
Twitch poll
This is an
too. You
ongoing
guys are not
discourse that he
affected.
pushes.
This does
It
not
says that there's a
matter. If you really care
Then
about
why
these
the fuck are you
issues,
here?
then we need to advocate for this. We need to be talking about the fact that almost all of the deaths from mass shootings last year were connected to right-wing extremists. Okay.
Oh! 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 Oh, it hurts. Oh, oh, holy cringe, dude. This hurts. Ouch. The deaths that are happening right now are by lefties, but we need to talk about the right-wingers again. Stop recognizing when lefties do it. Let's go back to when the right-wingers do it, okay?
One is
That's a
demographic.
Nobody
and it makes
disagrees with that. Everyone
And
here
it's-
already
what's
talks about that.
interesting is you-
But we
you made,
also
like, this
should.
centrist
We don't talk enough about when the right-wingers do it. We don't talk enough about the fact that they're right-wing and that they're doing it.
Argument in the chat prior to the panel.
I would like to ask
equating,
this
like,
guy a question.
Republican
At
and
what
Democrat
point?
Stop.
efficacy, and the reality is Republicans have voted down now 10 gun control bills in a row with large majority support against them, while Democrats had large majority support for them. There is one side clearly doing more for regulation than the
You got to get on these panels, Tom? No. No. I would much rather sit here later and review it and strawman all of their arguments so that I can sound much more superior. If I was on the panel, I wouldn't be able to do a long diatribe like this. I wouldn't be able to make all that noise of the like I wouldn't be able to do all of this. I would have been kicked off already. This is much better.
The other, and this conversation just gives that side that we're all against, it sounds like, more ammunition to gaslight us away and divert from meaningful.
Well, whose fault would that be?
I want to
The guy
get.
who's started this whole fucking discourse.
Okay, I want to
Yes,
get.
it's Vaush's fault.
I want to give it. I want to give it. I want to give it to more people.
What the facts on the ground are, Katie.
Sansel, I promise you, Katie.
Tom didn't want to hear what the guy had to say. He already had something to say in his head. Should have put his on the cam. Put my hand up. Is that what I should have done? I should have been doing this. My turn. My turn. My turn.
I promise both. Okay, my God. Okay, I promise both of you, you're gonna get more time to talk. I promise. But we gotta get some of the more quieter people in here. I know Staxiums. I see you. We're gonna give it to Ginger, then Staxiums, then Oozmark, and then I'm sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to explain what I think arming yourself means.
Katie just flicked him off, dude. Katie flicked him off. I would kick her off. I'd be like, you know what? You're out of order. You
go ahead.
Okay.
Come on.
You can't
I
do
just
that.
wanna-
You can't do that. That's against the rules. That's against the rules. You can't do that. Nope. Katie should be kicked off right now. She should be barred from ever going on any panel ever again. People need to get ready. They need to arm up. They need to defend themselves. There are people like Katie out there who are willing to flick you off at a moment's notice.
To explain what I think arming yourself means. I think arming yourself as in when, you know, women are alone at night, women arm yourselves. Like, make sure that you have mace with you. Make sure that you have, you know, maybe a key knife. Maybe
Yes.
make sure that you know, you're well prepared just in case you do get jumped. Like,
True.
I don't see it as like.
No, no, those are good kinds of arm yourself. But if I say somebody is going to come rob you, somebody is going to break into your house, somebody is going to rape you, that is very different. That is a very different kind of arm yourself now. Now it's like there is an intention for that arming yourself. There is like a reason for that gun to be there. There is a moment that you are thinking of for this gun. Instead of just saying, I'm going to get a gun in case something happens that I need to arm myself for. You're now saying there is going to be something that is going to happen that I need to have a gun for so I can shoot the person when it happens because it is going to happen. That is so different. That is so insanely different.
Grab your arms and you know march to shoot off the rednecks. No, like that's a righty mentality there to even think that that's what, you know, he's saying. He's not saying arm, and at least from where I grasp it from, he's not saying go grab your gun and you know.
Abaddon. I went back and watched the debate from last night, dude. You were having a freaking panic attack in the chat, dude. you were freaking losing it, dude. What was going on? What was happening? You were freaking going off, dude. I was watching. I didn't see it at the time. I was just sitting there watching it today. I'm like, what is he doing? What is happening? I didn't even know what you were mad about the whole time. I just see that you're really mad, but I don't know specifically what you're mad about. I can just tell you were very upset. You were losing. You were letting Lev walk all over you. You guys are such freaking pansies. You guys are too sensitive. I'm sorry. You're too sensitive is what it is. You need the I think you're becoming a little too gay is what it is. This is I'm gonna be honest with you. You're becoming too gay. You were giving her way too much slack? Okay, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that like so I was explaining this earlier, okay? So I think that people have like the completely wrong idea about gish galloping. I think that gish galloping does not benefit the person who is gish galloping. I think it almost always benefits the other person. So when somebody goes off on like 100 points, okay, they could hold me to answering each one of those points. They could have like 1 point, answer it, 1 point, answer it, 1 point, answer it. And I would have to now have an answer for each one of those things. But if instead they ramble off like 10 things, once they're done, nobody remembers those 10 things. They only remember whatever the one thing is that I respond to. That's the one thing that they're going to remember. That's the one thing that we're going to move forward in the conversation with. And I get to choose whatever the weakest point is that you just said. All of the things that you just brought up, I can pick one of them and then be like, okay, I know the freaking one that I got the dunk on. I know the one that I got the killer for. So you just ramble all these off and then I'm going to pick. Oh, you said it. You said it. All right, dope. All right, I'm just going to wait for you to finish talking now. And then as soon as you're done, I'm going to go in on that one. And we're going to go off on this tangent. And each time I make a point, I'm going to hold you to answer to that point. But each time you make a point, you're going to make like 5 or 6 points. And you're not going to hold me to answer anything. So I know that most people think of it as the other way around. Where like I get to ramble off 5 points. And then after I ramble off 5 points, you only get to answer 1. So now it sounds like I just won on the other 4 points. Even if you beat me on that 1, it sounds like I won on the other 4. But I totally disagree. Nobody remembers the other 4. The other 4 completely vanish from your brain as soon as I answer the 1. And once I answer the 1 and I have a good answer for the 1, it sounds like I just defeated all the others. So I am happy to allow somebody to gish gallop. I think that it's always in my favor. I think it's always advantageous for me. And so I'm going to let people go on for a while. Yes, but if they take advantage of the fact that you are waiting, you're waiting for them to finish talking for a really long time, then interrupting you moment you try to rebut one of the 10 things. Yes, I agree. So this is also something that I talked about earlier. So, and this is something I've always said. I am much more like concise with my language. I think people who have trouble putting their points into concise language are going to have a much harder time having their thoughts remembered. Like if I'm making a point, but it takes me like 5 minutes to make that point, you don't know what the point is after the 5 minutes. It's hard for you to remember. And this is one of the troubles that Katie has, is where she'll make a point, but then she explains it for so long that nobody actually remembers what the point was once she finishes explaining it. They can't remember that far back. Whereas me, my points are very small and concise, and everybody always remembers my point. So I will start with my point. Then I will start to explain it. But if I start with my point, and then as soon as I get into the explanation, you jump in and argue against me, I'm okay with that. That's fine. If you already feel like you understand my argument and you don't need the explanation, I'm okay with you interrupting the explanation to go ahead and make an argument. And that every time she did that, I was okay with it. But every time she interrupted while I was making the point, I stopped her and I was like, hold on, stop, chill. I got to finish. She's shiesty. Zonia pointed it out. Sure, but like this is what I was trying to explain to Zonia, is that like Zonia is the one losing in that scenario. Like she has like a huge benefit to being able to interact in this way, and I feel like Zonia loses in the way that she chooses to interact. I feel like Zonia is like I like my chat and her chat had two polar opposites during that conversation. My chat is like, dude, Zonia's like going way too hard here. Zonia's just trying to steamroll her. Zonia's freaking out. Like my chat was going off. Zonia's chat is like, what is Tom doing? Why is he letting her talk? Why is he letting Laugh talk? Don't let her talk. Don't let her say things. Like it's like very polar opposites of like how people were perceiving what it was that was happening in that moment. And yeah, I think that like I can explain fairly succinctly why it is that I'm going to interact the way that I do, and why it's beneficial, and why it is the way that other people should interact. I think that this is I think it always ends up being beneficial to me. There's never a time where my audience looks at me and they're like, bro, you look like you got crushed. They'll say things like, you let them go on for too long. And I'm like, okay, but did they like make a point that I lost on them? They're like, well, no, I don't even remember what the point was. Like, exactly. Ask the two guys from yesterday if you're good at explaining. I assume you're saying that they conceded their points at the end of that conversation. Yeah, which Lav also conceded her point at the end of the conversation. Like she conceded the entire debate. So did the other two guys who came on to talk to me at the end of those conversations. All of them were like, "Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I get it." Like, so yes. Yeah, I wasn't saying you got crushed, just that you give her too much charitability that she doesn't deserve. I mean, that's fine. I don't really care if people deserve it or not. Like, it's more about like conversational tactics and rhetorical tactics, in the way that I'm going to engage, in the way that I'm going to come off, in the way that I want my points to be perceived. So it's like there's a lot going on in those conversations. Not only that, but also Lav is good content. Lav is good content. She's interesting to talk to. She's fun to talk to. And she has points that I'm going to disagree with. She has a lot of things that she says that I disagree with and that I'm going to disagree with. And so I want to be capable of having like a heated back and forth with her, while also making sure that it's not so heated that she doesn't want to come back on again. Right. And I think that I did that. Based on this. Right there. This is what we call the reverse destiny, where she follows me and I don't follow her. Tom, she followed Destiny too. It's a joke. It's a joke. Maybe you don't get it, but him and her had a thing where he did, but she didn't. And okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Maybe that one went over some heads. Sorry.
Go shoot the next person that looks at you funny. It's more so make sure you know how to protect yourself, because unfortunately it's gonna happen.
You're actually on Twitter? Gross. I suck at Twitter. I suck at Twitter. I am way too much of a normie to be on Twitter. Most of Twitter is me posting my streams. So like I just let people know that I'm live. Or it's clips of the show. Or it's me like calling somebody out or letting my audience know that something's happening, stuff like that. Ooh, I got messages. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? Oh, wait. Oh. Crap. Okay. Matthew, if you're listening, if you want to come on and talk, I didn't read everything that you said. I'll have to go back to it, but I didn't see it before. If you want to come on and talk, I'm happy to have you on. Although if you ate too many mushrooms already, I understand. I stream every night, so we can talk another time instead. Factorio saying Lav is smart and concise. Deja vu. I'm not saying that she's concise. She is smart. She's obviously smart. Whether or not she's wise or whether or not she's correct, those are totally different things. But she is a smart person, for sure. I think anybody who's smart is able to like acknowledge that she's smart. That's an easy one. Oh, did you guys see this? Okay, so yesterday, speaking of the two guys that I talked to afterwards, I had to come back to it. I always come back to it. People call me out. Okay, they call me out. I always come back to it. They don't get away with nothing. They get away with nothing here. Okay. They don't.
So
do you not understand my point when I say that? Hold on. When you're saying that, like, oh well,
because you said there's a gay gene too. There's no gay gene. You lied about that.
I didn't lie about that. I said
there's
that
no gay gene.
Hold on.
You said there's
that there is a gene that correlates with being gay. I did not. I would never say there is a gay gene. I would never say that.
Bruh, I'm pretty sure it's on tape, my guy. I'm pretty sure you said it just like that.
Something that is almost innate to us. So like you mentioned gay people, we know that there's like a gene that correlates pretty highly with people who are gay. It doesn't mean that they are going to be gay, but it means that it is more likely that they are going to be gay, and that there are other social factors that can like affect whether or not they actually end up growing up to be gay. I think I don't. I went into his chat earlier and told him to watch it. He watched it. He's like, okay, I got to take that out. I would argue against her being smart. I feel like the only time she is smart is when someone has to interpret her ideas are so, I don't know if she's adopting their interpretation. So I think that people being able to communicate what it is that they're saying is very different than whether or not they're smart. So I don't even know that I'm all that smart, but I know that I'm very good at communicating what it is that I'm thinking. I'm very good at teaching. I'm very good at rhetoric. I'm very good at these sorts of things. And so I think that people perceive me as being smart because I'm good at those things. But I don't think I'm necessarily actually smart. I don't know, like, I probably don't have a high IQ. Being honest, I probably do not have a very high IQ. But I am good at talking. I'm good at explaining things. I'm good at teaching things, and I'm good at explaining things in a way that people can understand. I'm also very good at interpreting other people. So when there's people who everybody else misunderstands, people like Max, people like Lav, people like Katie, I'm capable of understanding them. I'm capable of engaging with them, and I'm capable of having a conversation where everybody else might be confused, but I'm able to engage in a way where I think that everybody starts to understand what they're saying because of how I'm engaging with them. And so Max is smart though. I think Katie's smart too, or I mean, sorry, Lav is smart too. Like the language that she uses, the types of information that she delves into, the types of things that she's willing to debate. Like the conversation that I had with her, she was actually like more well read up on those things than most other people that I've had that debate with. I've had that debate with a million people, a million times. She was probably one of the better debates I've had on that topic. The best one, if you guys want the best one, the best one I think is with Taftaj. I would say my best conversation about gender is with Taftaj. My own audience thought that I lost this debate. I disagree. I think that she also conceded the point and agreed with me, but my own audience said that I got rocked in this one. I don't know if
Take
is there an intro here. No, there's not an intro. My last editor was very lazy. That understanding based on the need to protest.
Yeah, maybe. I would say that I'm in general like somewhat agnostic about this issue.
So if
like,
people started calling you a man, you'd be perfectly okay with it.
It depends. I think it's okay as long as I'm still allowed to transition and present female and wear the kind of clothing that I want and have access to like the kind of healthcare I want. So what's important to me is like access to those things more than like the specific definitional word we use. And so
the camera cake argument. Right. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. The camera cake argument. Everybody thought that I got rocked on the camera cake argument. The camera cake argument, I don't think I argued against it very well, which is why now I always see it coming when people start to make these arguments where they start to say things like, oh, you think everything's just based on how it looks? Okay, well then is an airplane, we see an airplane, it's the shape of an airplane and it looks like an airplane. Does that mean that when I buy my kid a little toy airplane, that means that I can fly in it? Does that mean because it looks the same and it's the same shape and everything, then now I think I can just get inside of my kid's toy airplane and now it's gonna fly me over to Chicago because it's the same thing? Like, I always see this a mile away now because of this debate where she said, if I have a cake, but the cake looks just like a camera, looks exactly like a camera, why is this not a camera? And I explain it here. I explain it, but I think I stumbled over my explanation too many times in the beginning to where once I finally explained it, it didn't make all that much sense. So now I immediately see it and I start to say things like, yes, but it's based on the utility of what it is that you're trying to explain, or the utility of the word. What is it that you're trying to get out of that communication? With the camera, we're trying to tell you that it's something that takes pictures. So my phone has a camera on it, but it's not about the shape of it. We still call it a camera though. We still say that it's a camera just because it's capable of taking pictures. So that's what I'm able to communicate with that. Whereas with a cake, we're saying that you're able to eat this thing and that it tastes like this and it's made this way. Like, it is communicating something specific in each circumstance. With each label, we're communicating something specific based on the utility that we're trying to get out of the word that we're using. And so with the word, what it is that we're trying to communicate isn't just sex. It is never just sex. There is so much more that comes with the word woman that isn't just sex that people are trying to communicate with it. And so that is like, I'm able to make that argument now very quickly, very fast. Every time I hear it coming before they ever even get to it. And I'm like, okay, I got it. Like, I already know where you're going with this, because it happened in the, it happened with Lav. It happened with Extreme Dad. It happened with Speakeasy. It happened with who's the guy that I just debated on the Crucible? What was his name? Does anybody remember his name?
Being described, and I believe
Posh Redneck. He made the same argument as well. Every caller that called in made the same argument as well. Oh, well, if it just has to look like the thing, then that means it's the thing, right? That we can just do that with anything. No, you can't do that with anything. You can only do that with concepts. So yeah, I don't think Lav is stupid, but just like Mr. Girl, I feel like the only time they have a decent point of view is when someone leads them to it. In their interpretation. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes. But I think that they're both smart. Like, they both have very different ways of looking at things, and they've gone through a very different process to get to that different position. And so, like, they're both very artistic people. They are both very artsy fartsy, out there, fluffy brained people who have very different ways of looking at things and thinking about things. And so it is It is going, it is always a challenge to actually like take what it is that they're grasping at and turn it into something tangible that we can understand. Yes, Arian, I like all of my own videos. I also watch all of my own videos. I watch all of my own live streams. Not just because I enjoy my content. I make content that I would enjoy. I make content that I would want to watch, and I do watch it, and I do enjoy it. But also, I like to improve. I like to hear things that I say that where I messed up. I like to come back and correct it. I like to hear things and say, "Oh, you know what? I could have said that better. I could have done this better. I could have improved this." I do all of these things. I send myself thank you cards. Nice. Yeah, nice. But yeah, like I do enjoy my content. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy a thumbs up. I think I am. I think I'm gonna do it. I think he earned my thumbs up. You know what? I'll give it to him. Yeah. You're a creative anti-realist. You don't think words describe material concepts. You think that the universe is indescribable, and any words we come up with to describe said reality is us imposing the words. I'm not saying we're imposing the reality. I'm saying we're imposing the words. Yeah, of course. Words do not exist in nature. Yeah, no duh. I do think that things exist. I think that there are things that exist objectively. I think that there are objective things, but the words are not objective. No. The words are separate from the thing. So it's like the argument that Thomas Bogardus and Vaush had, where Thomas Bogardus is trying to explain to Vaush that there's the word water and there's the word H2O. But both of these are just words that are explaining the actual thing. The actual thing is the actual water, right? Not the word that references the water. The word is separate from the the word is just a reference to the thing, but the thing is the actual thing. The words are used to describe the real world thing. Right, that is what I'm saying. You do this every time where you start to say that I don't believe in tangible things. And that's just not true. It is just like blatantly false. And it's just showing like you're just not understanding what I'm saying. And I don't know how that's possible. If you've heard me explain this as many times as you have, you either just aren't listening or I don't know, like you're not capable of understanding. But I've explained it so many freaking times. Like I believe that words can reference real tangible things. Okay, Google. Turn Hawk's light and Joker light on.
Sure. Turning on 2 lights.
Aqua. Yes, agua or aqua. It's a philosophical disagreement, but I don't know what the disagreement is though, because every time you act like I don't believe in real things. Every time you tell me what the disagreement is, I don't disagree with you. We believe the same thing. I just think that I think that you're an anti-realist. I don't Anti-realism puts forward the idea that the human mind can never reach reality on socially constructed interpretations. The debate between realism and anti-realism in Western philosophy has a long history. So I don't I so when I explain gender and I'm explaining that these are things that come from human biology, that is something real, that is something tangible. Human biology is something real and tangible, and the gender comes from that. You think that that's anti-realism? It's because people who believe that also use the same argument. I get that you don't argue in favor of those same things, but it's the argument they use. That's why people think you are. Right, but so I understand that, like, I understand that people have like a surface level understanding of language, and that when I explain it, it sounds like I'm saying because the word is not objective, the thing that it's referencing is also not objective. And that is not what I'm saying. Like, when I explain that words change, that they are linear, that they are always evolving, like, people think I'm saying that, like, oh, well, then the world is just never real and it's all just changing and it's never a real thing. That's not, I'm saying the words that reference those things are ever evolving. But the world is not. The world is what it is. The world, the tangible things are still tangible things. I personally understand your position just fine. Okay. You do now. I feel like you were the same. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you were the one making this argument recently as well. Normie take here, when the conversation goes to philosophical labels like realist and anti-realist, my brain checks out. Yeah, I normally don't get too much into the labels. Even when I'm reading philosophy books, I don't ever remember the labels that reference the concepts. I just remember the concepts. Like, I intake the data and I intake the information that they're giving me, but I don't ever remember the labels that go along with them, and I don't even ever remember who said it. Like, I can never remember, like, oh, was this Kant who said this? Or was it Plato who said it? Like, I don't remember it. And it's not that I purposefully don't remember. I just don't have, like, my brain doesn't care to remember it, apparently. I also understand your position, Tom. I just think it's absurd. But that's what I'm saying, is that, like, we've never gotten to a point where you explain something that I actually disagree with. You say you understand my position, but then you say what my position is, and it's not my position. And then you say what your position is, and that's my position. Top Foolery Show, initially, yes, because the argument hardly ever appears anywhere else than when extreme anti-realists use to essentially gaslight people. So I agree with this. So this is one of the things that we've talked about a lot on this stream recently, or at least that I've gotten into it with you guys about, is that when we talk about things like, what is it? What is it called? Postmodernism. When we talk about postmodernism, everybody thinks that this is automatically like a way to just do away with reality. And it's not. It's just a really good way to break down reality to understand it better. But lots of people use that process to then, yes, do away with reality. Whereas I like postmodernism because it helps us break down reality, understand it better, and then put it back together in a more in a better way, or just put it back together exactly the same, and now we just better understand it. The presentation of being a woman is different than being biologically a female. Yes. It's so easy to forget that words are maps and not the territory in which they refer. Right. And I think that's where most of the confusion comes in, is when I'm explaining that a word is not an objective reference, that it is only a reference, and that the reference can change. People think that I'm saying that the thing it's referencing is changing. Or if I say, like, yes, like, the word woman is not an objective thing, they think I'm saying, like, there is no objective thing that is a woman. Or if I say, like, the word rock does not objectively refer to a rock, they think I'm saying a rock is not an objective thing, which I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the word that references the rock is not objective, and that the reference is linear. The reference will evolve and change. I know you get my position, Sarah. Okay. All right. Everybody hates it when I get 5 guides, so I'm gonna move on to the debate. I would rather keep arguing with chat, but we're gonna get through this.
Because that's the day and age we live in.
Axioms.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so a few things that I want to say here. Sorry, just writing it all down. Okay, so one, if you look at my content, I make videos on TikTok. The overwhelming amount of videos.
The idea can be used in bad faith very easily. That's why it triggers people. Yes, no, I completely understand. So this is why I keep referencing the debate with Vaush, because in that debate where Vaush debates Thomas Bogardus, he keeps saying that like the reference isn't real, therefore the thing isn't real. And he keeps trying to make everything sound like, oh, it's just so nuanced and there's just so many variables and nothing is really objective whatsoever. And it's all just so different and out there and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's not though. Like these, like things reference actual things. Like it locks on to something tangible. It is something that like we can actually engage with. So the thing that we're talking about isn't abstract. It's not a random like spirit or something. It is something that we can actually touch. And so this is 100% what Vaush does. When he talks about language, he talks about language as though that means that the thing that we're referencing is not real just because the reference is not real. And that's insane. Now, I will say, you're always so close to getting it, Tom. It's maddening. You're always so close to actually telling me what it is that we disagree on, and it's maddening as well. You never do it. I will say this. So the reason I didn't argue with Lav, and this is something that I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me on, but the reason I didn't argue with Lav on the last part where we were talking about a female body and whether or not it's doing what it's supposed to do, where she's saying like, well, a body that is capable of creating eggs is a female body. So in order to say that, you have to be able to say that the body ought to do this. It's just not doing it. And I don't believe in that. I don't believe that that's a thing in human biology, like that it is like a body ought to do a thing. I think that all bodies are so different. They all have differences in them. And as long as they work and they're doing things and like alive, they are doing what they ought to do. But I don't think there is actually like an ought for what a body or what biology ought to do. I don't believe in that. That is not a thing that I believe in whatsoever. So when she's saying that that a female body that ought to create eggs but just doesn't create eggs is still a female body, I didn't want to get into the argument with her about the fact that I don't think anybody ought to create anything. Like, that is why I avoided that argument. That's why I kept saying, okay, I get it. I understand what you're saying. It's fine. I'm not trying to argue. I don't want to do this. Like, that is why I backed off on that, because we were like at the end of a 2-hour debate and I did not want to get into another like 3-hour debate from there. So I just left it alone. Just, okay, cool. I get it. No problem. Tom Foolery Show, do you think it would help sort out confusion if we had one word for adult human female and another word for the concept of woman or femininity? Yes. Well, I mean, that's essentially what I'm trying to explain to people in a debate, is that in order for us to have the debate, we have to use the word woman for one thing and female for another. And at the same time, I think that generally that is the way that we use those words. I think that most of the time when we're actually directly talking about somebody's biology, most of the time we're going to say female. Whereas when we're like using it like a colloquial usage, we're using it in social usage, we're normally going to say the word woman. What up, Contrast? Yeah, Contrast is getting that video edited for me. He is the editor for this channel. He's gonna get the Lav debate up soon enough, and we'll have it here. Yesterday we averaged, I think, 250 viewers yesterday. So we are like, over the last week, almost every stream we've been well above 100 viewers on average. Today we're a lot lower, but there's not a whole lot going on today, so it's kind of understandable.
constantly. I haven't actually made a single video on this subject. All of them have been about how trans people are overwhelmingly less violent than right-wingers, criticizing right-wing conservative talking points. And I thought, you know what? Vaush did say a couple fucking stupid things. I can spend 2 hours of my time and criticize what Vaush is doing and then get back on the side. I don't think that it's insane for me to just take some time away and then also recognize that there is a bigger problem at hand, but I think we should also be self-correcting at the same time. The second, we have equivocated a violence so that people hear self-defense, and instead of thinking someone attacking them, they think broad political structures and how they impose on you politically. And I think that sort of language, and then saying self-defense, meaning pick up your gun, is worrisome. That is all. That is all I'm saying.
So yeah, like Vaush is somebody who will say that because something is socially constructed, now it's just not a real thing, and that we can abolish it now. Like, it's just something that's not real because it's socially constructed, and therefore it's just not a real thing. Which that is not true whatsoever. That's actually an argument that BPF has made against me a couple of times, where he's like, oh, well, gender's not real. Gender's just socially constructed, so we can get rid of it. It's not even real. I don't even have to engage with it. And I'm like, that's insane, bro. Like, we are humans. We, like, social constructs are real to us. Like, that doesn't mean that they exist in nature, but they are real in any sort of like measure possible. They affect our lives. They are, they are capable of being measured in the way that they affect our lives, and they are real in any in any way you could possibly imagine. They're going to be very real. Just because it's socially constructed does not mean that we can just pretend that it doesn't exist.
The third is that we need to stop using the 10 stages of genocide that Genocide Watch uses, because if you look at them, the most justifiable stage that we can look at is discrimination, which is the third stage. And if we read genocidewatch.com, which I know no one here has because you keep fucking citing it, it says prevention against discrimination means full political empowerment and citizenship rights for all groups in a society. Discrimination on the basis of nationality.
Yeah, I agree, Glitchin. Exactly. That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. And yes, like, I think that most of the time when we're talking about things that are socially constructed, they were constructed for a reason. So I think that lots of the postmodernist people forget that part, and they just want to take social constructs and break them down and get rid of them. Whereas, like, postmodernism doesn't, like, that's not what postmodernism is supposed to be about. It's supposed to just be about, like, actually understanding the thing better.
Ethnicity, race, or religion should be outlawed. Individuals should have the right to sue the state, corporations, and other individuals if their rights are violated. We're not even on the third fucking step, because America has all of those things protected, because we live in a goddamn beautiful country that has institutions to protect against this shit.
Okay, I just want to add on to your point just a little bit. You're 1,000,000% right. The way that
Are you kidding me?
The way
that Katie, I promise you'll get your chance.
If you interrupt me every single time I start fucking talking, I'm going to take 10 more minutes. Every single fucking word that you say, Katie. Shut the fuck up, okay?
So I can talk over you too.
That's like an hour more fucking talking time. There's another fucking hour.
We'll do this.
Okay.
No,
Wait, really quick.
Stop.
Let's go.
Glitchin 123 became a member.
Let's get our 07s in the chat. We got a new member. Glitchin. Okay, you agree with me way too much. Take my money. Based. I will take all your money. Everybody give me all your money. Let's go. Give me all your money.
What's up? Okay, oh my god, I haven't had to mute people in a fucking while. But I guess we're gonna have to mute people today, kids. Okay, I guess I have to...
Ooh, he muted the woman. Oh, and he muted Sanso. Okay.
Reestablish things. Okay? We can all, right, take our brief, concise time to make our points and allow this to be a conversation rather than just a 10-minute fucking monologue. So, calm down. all of you, I am going to let Katie in next because Katie wants to respond. And then you can respond directly to her. I promise you, will be given time. Because if she monologues, I will cut her the fuck off too. I don't care. I ain't scared of her. She can't do shit to me. Okay, there we go. Let's unmute and let's play.
Wait, isn't... Hold on. Crap. Stuff's popping up everywhere. I can't read this. Yeah, let's
The
go.
growling arachnid C became a member.
Let's go. Let's get it.
The growling arachnid C became a member. General Maximus became a member.
Let's go. Clark. Throwing it down.
Ramesh Russell became a member.
And everybody's getting their memberships this time. This is awesome.
Dingle McCaringlebury Jr. became a member. Aspiring Devil became a member. Dingle McCaringlebury Jr. became a member. Ramesh Russell became a member.
Is that it? Is that all of them? Thank you, Clark. Well done, man. Well done. That's gonna help us get some new emotes right there. I think we got up around the number where we got some new emotes. These are all level 2. These are all level 2, guys. He's not handing out onesies, okay? He's handing out level 2s up in here, okay? He's throwing it down. Daddy Warbucks is in the house. Not So Erudite did a stream on it. Erudite reacts to an actually good panel on transitioning. It's not so bad. Is this the one with Vivian Wolf and Zonia and all of them? Let's go. Michael in the house. Everybody
Michael
use your
Taxiuk
new
became
cheer
a member.
emotes. Get your utility out of those cheer emotes. Let's go. So yeah, we got okay, so Michael, Ramesh Russell, Dingle McCringleberry Jr., The Growling. It's only showing me those 3. Okay, Aspiring Devil, Dingle McCringleberry, Ramesh, General Maximus, and The Growling. Nice. Those are the 5. Well done. Thank you, Clark. You rock, bro. How do you gift higher level memberships? I don't know. Clark, do you have an answer for that one? The Jubilee video. Oh, okay.
Hey, this game. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think we all can recognize that, since you said it in your opening, Stack, that political violence to a certain degree is absolutely violence. I understand that you think that you have evaluated the stages of genocide. I don't care. That I've never cited that, and that's not relevant. We're not equating that violence, though. We're saying that people have the right under the Second Amendment to arm themselves for whatever
If that's not what you're saying, then I wasn't talking to you then.
talking.
Shut up.
However, yeah. You know what? You interrupted me. Never mind. I don't remember what I wanted to say. Good.
Can I add something?
Is it me or is it? I don't remember the order that you said.
Uzmark, and then you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this is in response to Staxium's. Like, I understand that there is a difference between like a personal infringement upon someone's rights and like using self-defense in response to that. But I don't think we should hand wave away political violence as, oh, this is part of broader political structure and that violence doesn't matter. I think it doesn't. There's nothing inherently different between someone voting and getting the police to infringe upon your rights and then as compared to them actually doing it themselves. I agree there's a difference there, and it should be accounted for. But I think calling for people to resist that, calling for people to resist political structures impinging upon your rights, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And I think that's what Vaush has been doing. I would also say to falsers, I understand that there's broader conversations we can have regarding gun rights, gun legislation, sure, and we can engage in that. We should engage in that. However,
I don't think he's British. I think he might be South African. I'm not sure, but that accent doesn't sound British at all. It doesn't sound like it's from the UK at all. It sounds South American or South African.
However, that doesn't mean that we can't have this conversation here, and there isn't relevant and important things that we can have this conversation here. Like, you know, that we have more time than just 2 hours on a WIC panel, and I think it's okay to dedicate at least one WIC panel to discussing this. I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Can I respond? That was to me. Can I respond? No worries if not.
No, I will let you because stop.
quick.
No, stop. I'm enjoying bullying Sansel a little bit, so I'm going to bully him a little bit. Let Staxiums go, and then Sansel can go later.
I told you I had to fucking be aggressive so I could get my words in.
You will get your words in, I promise. Staxium, go.
No, I think I'm totally fine with calling violence political violence. My issue is that the rhetoric associated with, I don't know what to call, like the regular, the colloquial term of violence.
Interpersonal violence, maybe?
Sure, interpersonal violence, right? We got interpersonal violence and political violence. My issue is that when we all call it violence and we say the response is self-defense, what you're implying is that the response to political violence is self-defense, which
Right. Well, so this is the problem, is that it's not actual violence. It's a threat of violence. And this is where lefties get super mixed up, is where they'll say things like, oh, well, police are violence. No, police are not violence. Police are a threat of violence, but they are not violence. Oh, well, the state is violence. No, the state is not violence. The state is a threat of violence. These are very, very, very different things. A threat of violence is one thing. Actual violence is something very, very different. To conflate those two things is horrible, dude. It is a horrible mistake. Later, Zach. Have a good night, buddy.
isn't justifiable at all. The response to political violence is engaging with your democracy, and the response with interpersonal violence is self-defense. That's my issue. So I'm okay with equivocating this idea of violence, but let's be clear with our terms, and I don't think Vaush is.
Sansel. Oh, well, no, Uzmark. No, Uzmark, respond. I didn't know you wanted to respond to that.
Vaush using the 10 stages of genocide is the same way that he uses the 14 points of fascism, meaning that he looks at the literal...
Well, even if woman wasn't directly, or even if we don't take into consideration the drag queen example, Abaddon, like, the word woman didn't always exist. So why did it mean different things in the past, and why was it a different word in the past that meant different things as well? Like, why did whiff turn into wife, which meant, you know, like, of a man, or like a yeah, I think it meant of a man, or like of a where at the time is what it meant, which is of a man today. But yeah, these would, like, they're related, but they aren't, like, they can't be like inherently related. They're related because we say that they're related.
Fucking headings, discrimination, symbolization, you know, he doesn't actually read what the fuck any of these things mean, right? The same way that he uses the 14 points of fascism to try and point out what a fascist is, right? Which means that literally anyone who's a populist is a fascist.
read my comments. Scroll up. You're saying that they've become divergent? I saw that one.
Which he wouldn't fucking agree with. But that's the way that he uses these things. He doesn't know what they mean. And that's why when I brought it up earlier, I was trying to agree with what you were trying to say. Sorry, Staxiums.
Am I crazy, or is Katie the rudest, most bad faith person in the political space? She's not. You might have missed this. We're going to come out with a video here soon. But she's not. There's a lot of confusion in like the way that she communicates. She thinks she's communicating things very differently than what it is that she actually is communicating. We had a very long conversation about this the other day, and then we reviewed it on stream. But it is like, this is how I explained it when I had my debate on Destiny's show and then on Not So Erudite show. This is kind of how I explained it, is that like, it's obvious that what she thinks she's communicating is different than what everybody else thinks that she's communicating.
So yes, I think that you're 100% right. When you look at the things that are actually said in the 10 stages of genocide, that is 100% not what they're actually saying. Now, what you
okay, you made a point. You made a whole point.
Last point.
Like, look, you've been saying last point and brief and concise for a long time. Oh my god.
Okay, nothing wrong with fighting against your rights being taken away. Nobody's going to disagree with that. But you have to like draw a line at where that is acceptable. I don't think we're nearly at that point.
Okay, we got it. Cool.
Does Katie want to go?
I'll give it to Katie. She's dying.
Cryborn, mute hard with a vengeance. Cryborn has paid me $5 to mute hard with a vengeance. Don't worry, it's coming. I'm stretching. I'm getting ready. Katie.
Okay.
What? You can mute people while they're on a panel? What?
Hey, thank you. Yeah. So, Sansal, Vaush.
Or are they muting somebody in chat? Is that somebody on the panel, or is that somebody in chat?
Bad, Vaush, bad. Vaush is a bad political streamer. You don't have to listen to him. He makes bad prescriptions. He doesn't know anything. Okay, cool, great. If that's how you feel, good for you. That's fine. Awesome. Moving on from that hate boner, that is very important. What I did find interesting that you said, Staxium, is like, honestly, on a personal level, I totally agree with you, right? On the distinction between self-defense for interpersonal defense. The problem is that you're an American, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that. Americans are really stupid. And they have the Second Amendment, which is really stupid as well. And they have this notion about like arming themselves to protect themselves from like governmental oppression and all that.
You can do both on Wick's show? Bruh, that is insane, dude. That is actually insane. Since we're stealing his content for the night, everybody go like Wick's video.
That type of paranoia nonsense. So
Yeah.
they do colloquially use this concept of like self-defense to defend themselves from like a tyranny. So while I agree with you, unfortunately Americans are too dumb to actually get what you're saying.
Wait, hold. If you're saying that the right does it too, I agree. They're fucking idiots as well. 100%. No,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
the
to clarify
conservatives
something-
shouldn't be using self-defense against the government either.
To clarify something, I think Vaush has, made clear in that debate that Sansol linked, the one that he's referenced. He said that whilst we still have the option, we should use democratic means to prevent or counter this sort of like political, like broader societal violence.
What was he
the
followed it up
distinction,
with?
the distinction he made was that when it comes to the point where that democratic system is no longer viable as a means to secure your rights, that is when it becomes like in the realm of interpersonal violence, and like a call for arms is necessary and justified.
And he says that we're already at that point. That's the biggest thing.
No, he says we're on the precipice. He says we're on the precipice, and I'll give you that. And I'll also give you that he also said that this is it's fatalistic in nature, and he said that it will inevitably get to this point. I'll agree with you there, but I think it's important, like when we're discussing a topic as sensitive as this, to clarify that he didn't say we're at the point yet, not right now at this moment, but we're on the precipice. That's what he said.
No, but we are at the point where you should arm up.
I have a question for the panel. Does
That's
anyone
what
on the
matters.
panel think there's a trans genocide going on?
I don't
No.
think there's a trans genocide, but I don't think that rhetoric is too alarmist for me. I'm fine with that.
So we all, it's
That is insane, dude. That is freaking insane that she would say this. As much as she gets onto everybody else for irresponsible rhetoric, that this is not alarmist rhetoric is it is batshit insane. Like, this is actually just bonkers. I cannot imagine an excuse for this that isn't just completely bad faith. I'm trying so hard to be so charitable here. I cannot imagine, there has not been a single argument here that could make sense of this whatsoever, dude. There's nothing here that can make sense of this at all.
sounds like we all agree there's not like an actual trans genocide. Is that fair? You all agree?
Could there be something that's more alarmist than a genocide?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think the word is really being misused.
Seriously, dude. Seriously. Oh, no, there's not a genocide, but I don't think that's all that alarmist, though. What?
What's
If
worse
it's
than a
overused,
genocide?
It starts to lose its merit.
Holocaust?
We're on board there. So my next question is:
The Holocaust is a genocide! That's what it is!
Does anyone?
What are you talking about? The Holocaust was a genocide.
That's what it is!
Genocide. That's a really bad one.
That's where the word genocide got coined from.
Oh, you guys stop. Come on. Are you kidding me? You guys think the Holocaust was a genocide? Oh, that's so cute.
Thank you, you all. I was really confused. I didn't know the Holocaust was a
Miss,
genocide.
okay,
Thank you so much for educating me.
stop.
You're the one who separated the two. You're the one who separated the two. Nobody else, just you.
Every single goddamn American you will ask will automatically think Holocaust. I don't know what to tell you. Every single person who's
I got $5. I got $5 in this for.
Why aren't you like this when you're debating her? She's never said anything like that. She's never said anything like that. That is way different than anything she's ever said while talking to me. That is so different, dude. That is way out there.
For Miss Millie, she says to mute Katie. We're not paying for mutes right now. Like, we're not paying for mutes right now. I'm not going to mute him for money, unfortunately. But yeah, keep giving me money, and I'll keep reading your things. So
It
go
feels
ahead.
like we all kind of agree on the genocide thing. So my next question
I
is:
was
do
like,
we-
no.
Wow. Whoa. Wow. He didn't even offer a refund. Wow. Freaking Wick. Stealing people's money, dude. Wow. I can't believe it.
Need to address this because everyone is confused by.
Me too. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not confused at all.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Apparently,
Maybe we don't all agree.
Today I learned that the Holocaust was a genocide. I'm so glad for this panel for teaching me.
We'd love to educate Katie.
Yeah,
She can't be this smug while she's the one who just said that. Like, this is one of the things I'm talking about. Like, she obviously just said that, but she doesn't think she said that. But she's acting like it's so weird that everybody else is telling her that it's a genocide when she just said that it's not a genocide. So I don't know if she's going to say like, well, no, the Holocaust is a type of genocide that's just a much worse type of genocide. I don't know.
I know that since the American education system have failed most of you, you don't understand that while the Holocaust is a genocide, there are also other genocides that exist.
No, we're familiar with that too.
Can you name like 2 or 3 that are happening right now?
Armenian genocide.
Yes, the question is, what is worse than a genocide? And you answered with a genocide.
Like, that one's generally the most cited one. We could talk about the
You
Uyghurs.
talking over me to
The
help
Armenian
me
genocide
make
and the
my
Holocaust is
point.
actually
I
where the
appreciate it.
genocide got coined.
Okay. Well,
So what
I'm
was your
glad I
point?
got cut off for that. That was all very valuable. So my next question is: do we all, for the most part, agree that maybe there's like degrees in difference on the level of accountability, but that Vaush has some sort of accountability for speaking irresponsible? Are we all in agreement on that?
When we say accountability, are you saying for current?
Oh, also, you know what? Actually, you move. Actually, good sir, I would like to mention, actually, now that I think about it, the last time Katie was on here, I do believe, if I remember correctly, that I was actually kind of like this. I was actually pretty aggressive now that I think about it. When we were talking about the stealthing stuff again and consent and all of that crap, actually, now that I think about it, if I do recall correctly, I do believe that I was much more aggressive in that conversation. So I will no, you weren't. You're coping. You are coping.
Actions, because I wouldn't even say he's accountable for like any specific shootings or
Not
anything.
necessarily. I think that goes into like the degrees of accountability there, like how many things you want to tie it to. But we all seem to be on the same page that like he's been a little too aggressive with how he's chose to approach these things in communication. Is that fair?
That would depend on the outcomes, I think. Whether to say that he's been too aggressive. We need to see the outcomes.
Again, that's like degrees. So here's what's interesting is the bigger point I was building up to is a lot of these panels in Twitch Bowl, we do this thing where we all generally agree and we start to get further and further into like the minutia and the nuance until we find like the really minute disagreements and then we yell about them for an hour. And it's funny that was my bigger point because Katie literally interrupted me to argue the definitional nuance of homicide versus a or not homicide, a genocide versus a Holocaust. And it's just completely irrelevant. Again, like it's not that I don't think these discussions can be had. It's not that I don't think we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's just the way in which we have them is super just unproductive. Like we all kind of generally agree on these things, right? And so why are we like dissecting it down to the point where like there's just like these little petty things that we're going to yell at each other about?
Because you're here to have a debate. You're here to have a debate. And if the disagreement happens to be over the petty things, and that's the only part that you disagree on, you're not going to all sit around jacking each other off the entire time. You should have the debate. You should disagree on the things that you disagree on.
Well, I too find it so unproductive when we choose to talk about a topic and then we all come together and then we all, decide that this is completely unproductive. Let's talk about a completely different topic that wasn't part of the initial thing.
I don't think no. I think there's plenty of relevant topics based on because you laid out like your initial argument in there, and I think there's plenty of relevant topics we could talk about. Specifically, one that I would love to talk about is you made a statement that both you either said the Democrats and Republicans are the right or the left. Forgive me, it was one of the two. Neither of them is doing anything to solve these problems, and I found that to be a very unreasonable equivocation.
We can get into like gun legislation, sure. I think that the reason that we don't have the kind of gun legislation that we might need is because we don't really even know because everyone's so committed to one extreme or the other. But
why do you think we don't know?
I'd like to kind of wrap up at least attempt
before
to find something.
we all came here to talk about the topic at hand. We can get into that, and that is definitely
I'm totally
something
willing to if you want to later.
But I do know that some people have some, and I have some lingering questions on this, because again, it has been, if I may, indulge me. Panel. I apologize. I know you all want to speak. I have seen people call libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, people on the right that are much smaller, Rob Noor, counterpoints on occasion, not very often, but on occasion, right? And say they are all responsible for and Sansel has been accused of being contributing to the anti-trans sentiment in America. I think Falsers even. You mentioned that hosting this panel is a form of running defense. I don't know if you used that words, but that was kind of implied, right? Running defense for these people, right? And so I thought it was interesting to see what it would look like when we turn the same lens onto the left and to see if we would hold the same positions and hold those same opinions. And Brianna Wu has paid me $5 to say, wish I could be there to defend Vaush, but I'm on vacation. He's a good person and deserves a lot more respect than he gets. Okay, and with that, I think that, yes, I understand that there are different outcomes, but Staxium made an interesting point, and I want to talk about it. Just because it hasn't happened yet, if we are seeing the same pattern play out, why would we expect a different outcome? What is different between the left and the right that the same rhetoric is going to lead to different outcomes? Question, Staxium, go.
Yeah, well, one, I do not want to say, I don't want to draw any sort of similarity between fucking libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh and Vaush. I want to be so clear on that one. They are so much more aggressive on their doxing, on their rhetoric, on their clarifications. I mean, we had Michael Knowles say that he wanted to eradicate transgenderism at CPAC. Like, these are not comparable in the slightest. I am talking so much more shit about Michael Knowles than I am about Vaush, and I want to really stake my foot in the ground there.
I don't know if they understand, but when somebody says transgenderism, they're not saying transgender people. They're saying like the ideology that wraps around transgender people. Eradicating transgenderism doesn't mean eradicating transgender people. I think that's very different.
I agree with the bigger point that Staxium was making right there of when you say it's the same rhetoric, I don't think it is. And I think the gravity that one side has over the other when we talk about where the rhetoric is coming from is worth pointing out too. So when we talk about stochastic terrorism from the left, again, we're talking about fucking Vaush. And when we talk about it from the right, we're talking about the president of the United States. Those are very different things. We're talking about it coming from like a Fox News person or somebody at CPAC, like people that have much bigger and more impactful platforms. And I want to clarify, my position is not necessarily, Wick, that like by hosting this panel, you're having a negative impact. I would not be here if I didn't think there was a value in the conversation.
That's dumb though, because like you're not wrong that the impacts are going to be different, but the standards that we hold these people to are the same. Like, the principle is the same. The standard is the same.
My position is simply that I think part of the conversation is worth looking at where we should focus our energy.
Fair enough. For $2, Extreme Dad has paid me to say Vaush is a bad person. One of the worst, except DK. Okay, I'll let that just sit there. So,
okay.
Go ahead, Sansel.
I don't think that in the grand scheme of things that Vaush has nearly as much reach as Matt Walsh or as Libs of TikTok. I don't think anyone here is going to deny that. But the way that online discourse works is when there are people with large platforms putting out different kinds of narratives or putting out different kinds of rhetoric, that can spread. We can see that that kind of stuff can spread, right? When we look at this situation in specific, I don't think I heard anybody, and I actually specifically went out of my way to find anybody, whether it was an organization, an individual, anything that was like a pro-trans person or organization that talked about the ongoing trans genocide. And I did this in like early March. I couldn't find Human Rights Campaign, any other like trans positive organization. None of them talked about trans genocide. Suddenly, immediately after the Nashville shooting, now I'm seeing it fucking everywhere. It was contained to our little side of the internet. I thought it was really, really shit and like bad rhetoric that could lead to bad outcomes. And now we're seeing it spread elsewhere because there are people who are also Vaush fans who have large Twitter accounts who put out this kind of rhetoric, and then that gets picked up by people who follow them who might have large platforms as well. And that sort of idea can spread around. And we can see that spreading around right now because if you Google trans genocide now, you're going to get a lot of hits on Google. Where you
But is it a bad thing? Is that a bad thing that the discourse around trans genocide is spreading?
Yes, but because there's not a trans genocide right now. That's the problem. And when you presuppose that there is a genocide, the next necessary step, because a genocide would imply that there's, people dying or people are about to be rounded up and killed, and that action needs to be taken now. And anybody, and even by Vaush's own admission in the debate that you were referencing that I linked in the group chat earlier, right? He said, at what point would the Jews have been justified in taking self-defense measures against the Nazis?
Right.
When would they have been, justified in killing Nazi?
So Vaush is
just real quick before you spawn, the Phoenix 215's paid me money, $2 to say Katie is based. Vaush sucks. Okay, go ahead.
So Vaush is a consequentialist, and I think he would argue that this rhetoric around trans genocide, even if people like normies discuss it and come to the conclusion that a genocide is not happening, it can spur the conversation around trans rights being infringed upon, and that in and of itself is a good thing. If that conversation, even if reasonable people come together and be like, hey, no, there's not.
Yeah, but consequentialism is dumb. So, like, oh well, Vaush believes that actually murdering is an okay thing, and so. You really, like, it doesn't really matter all that much. Vaush says that it's okay to murder people. So when he murders people, it's actually not bad because his ideology says it's okay.
Trans genocide going on, like alarmist rhetoric is probably a bit too far, but hey, look, they do have a point that there is some anti-trans legislation being passed, and hey, that's a bad thing. Like, it creates a recognition around that. If that is the case, I'm not saying, we're purely hypothetically here, if it's the case that talking about trans genocide does lead to better consequences, right, and more awareness around trans issues, would it then be a reasonable or like a good thing?
It absolutely doesn't, because the people that are pro-trans legislation
my question was
there, and the people that aren't turn their ears off when they hear an extremist say trans genocide.
My question was if.
I'll engage with the hypothetical. If that is the case, that is beneficial, 100%. We should be talking about the trans genocide all the time, 1,000,000%. I'm a consequentialist as well. But the reality is that when someone says, "Oh, there is a genocide happening against trans person," any reasonable human being will hear that and go, "Holy shit, you're so fucking stupid," and then turn their little.
I agree.
Turn their brains off. The brains is the word you want.
Can I answer your question as well?
Sure.
Because, like, in order for us to know that there would be positive consequences, or in order for us to like use this rhetoric now We would have to know that there would be positive consequences, but we don't know that. But when we look at other groups who have used this kind of rhetoric in order to, galvanize their base, whether they intended for people to go out and use that rhetoric to go out and shoot people up, right? Whether they intended that or not, it did happen, right? And if we use that as some sort of, marker that, hey, this kind of rhetoric pushes people to do really, really bad things.
Okay,
I don't know why we can't say that Vaush is doing the exact same thing.
Ginger.
I feel like one of the majorities of what's the difference between the left and the right, or what the left says is different from the left and the right, is that that's not the mentality from the left, is to go out there and blow things up or shoot things out, like, type thing. Yeah, there are going to be the few cases that actually do that, but to say the majority would, I don't know. I feel like you're kind of just basically saying that we do have the same mentality whether we like it or not. So I mean,
who's saying
what
that
is
the
the
majority of who's saying that the majority of left wingers are committing
Yeah,
violence?
I'm saying that's not what I said at all. Listen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misheard you.
What I'm saying is that he's saying it as him saying that could cause the left to do that, as it has in the right spheres when their leaders have said certain similar things. But in my experience, the left has always tried to prove that that's not who they are, and that's why they dislike the right so much. One of the reasons why they dislike the right so much is because they're so quick to anger, they're so quick to do those things without thinking it through, without without actual reasons. I don't know. I don't see it happening as easily as it does on the right.
So if you feel like we are starting to engage in violent rhetoric, we should probably nip that in the bud, else the left will fall apart. You agree?
I'm sorry, what?
So you agree that the pacifist nature of left wingers, the fact that they are generally anti-war, anti-quick to violence, anti-gun, all of those things are one of the huge strong points of the foundational ideas of the left that brings so many people close together. So if you feel like we are starting to shift away from that, that would probably be detrimental to the left and our activism, correct?
Yes, but I don't think that we're shifting over that way.
Well, I want to criticize it anytime that we start shifting.
I understand that, but a few bad apples do not make a bad bunch. Like,
I'm not saying there's a bad bunch.
Would anybody make the same argument for conservatives who went out and who's used this rhetoric?
No, because that's a million versus a handful.
So
I agree.
Just because
millions of people versus a handful.
So here's the problem with what you're saying.
I'm not saying I'm not saying don't criticize them at all. I'm saying they should be criticized, but to act like it could lead to some sort of revolution, it's not going to.
Okay, so I have a study right here, right, that talks about the differences in political violence between liberals, conservatives, and jihadists, right? In the middle of the page, it says, more generally, there's growing evidence suggesting that extremists representing different ideologies may have more in common than has been assumed. For example, extreme liberals and conservatives, liberals and conservatives, they're just distinguishing left and right, as opposed to liberalism and conservatism.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, for example, extreme liberals and conservatives both represent the social world in a similar, simplistic way, which distinguishes both groups from more moderate individuals. In studies of behavior in conflict, one study found that both right-wing and left-wing extremists use more negative and angrier language than moderates did. Finally, a strong inclination to defend one's beliefs against worldview-violating groups and a low tolerance for such groups has been identified for both liberals and conservatives. Taken together, this research suggests that left-wing and right-wing extremists could be equally likely to use violence to pursue their ideological goals.
Well, it could be, but that would be a very weird usage of it that doesn't take other things into context. I kind of agree with Ginger's bigger point here, which is that
things would need to be taken into context.
While we sit here and talk about this, they're just radically different pictures when we look at the right and the left. Because I mean, I've got studies too of again, almost all the deaths of mass shooters in 2022 were victims of right-wing violence. There's only 1% of shooters that are trans, are identified as trans.
And this study
we
agree with
a
you.
comment made earlier about the United States is so great and efficient. We have 18 times the murder rate of the UK, a comparable country. The USA only beats Brazil in gun deaths and is followed immediately by Venezuela, which is 2/3 the amount. Those countries aren't even anywhere near as far along as we are. The next rich country that's close to the US in terms of homicides by firearms is Chile. It's not even close.
None of this matters. None of this matters. What matters is that we have a standard that we hold people to. And we should hold people to that standard. We shouldn't say, oh, well, it's okay because really, nothing actually bad happened. I pointed the gun at the guy's head and I pulled the trigger, but it's okay because I missed. So nothing bad happened. It's all right. It's not a big deal. Now, when the other guy points the gun at their head and he misses, he needs to go to prison. He needs to go to prison for life. He's a bad guy. He tried to murder somebody. But when I did it, there were no bad outcomes. So it's okay. It's all good. No big deal. Nothing to see here.
And then the next one down is Canada, and they have 8 times less than we do.
Okay,
so
when I was
the majority of that exists on the right.
But,
those are supposed
but,
to me.
this, but that doesn't go against what I just said. This is simply saying that when you look at the extremes,
I think it does.
No, because this article, this
It definitely does not.
says exactly what you just said, except for you don't think that there's a possibility of extreme left-wing violence.
Right. So if Vaush doing something like this is not pushed back against, nobody cares about it, and it's allowed to become normalized, then exactly what happened on the right is exactly what will happen on the left. You have to know that we've already seen this show. We've already seen this. We already know the ending. We know what happens. Spoiler alert. We already got it. We know where this goes. So now we just go ahead and stop it in its tracks at the beginning of the process.
Whereas
Not in the same way that there is on the right, because again, we're talking about
Okay, we're
Vaush,
circling the
we're
drain.
talking about Donald
So
Trump.
he was good to me, so I'd like to.
galvanize us.
Well, first,
It's
I want to
not
give
fair.
Katie a chance because Katie's
not
going to die if I don't give her a chance to speak. Go ahead, Katie.
That's weird.
About what?
You were wanting to get in earlier. You got kicked off. I'm allowing you the chance to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, Falsers is right. There is no left violence. I do think it's hilarious that Sansol and Steak are sitting here whining about Vaush trying to predict the future with him predicting genocide when they're here predicting that his rhetoric would cause negative outcomes that don't exist in reality. I do find that hilarious. Also, Vaush bad, Vaush very bad. Let's talk about gun violence now so we can move
I actually
on
want to
from
move this conversation into healthcare because Katie needs to get her ears checked out. Because holy fucking shit, we've already fucking said, what the fuck, dude? I'm losing my fucking mind. I don't know how many fucking times we have to say that, yes, right-wing extremists have gone out and killed way more fucking people than left-wing people. But you are presupposing, in the same way that you're saying that, oh, Vaush is looking into the future and predicting this thing, we're talking about the possibility of this happening because of the extremist rhetoric and the what was the word that Uzmark used earlier? Fatalistic.
You literally just said what I said.
I don't know. Can I say this? Can I say this? Vaush is overwhelmingly good. Okay. Does that make your? I'll go ahead and suck his dick for you. I think that I'm just frustrated a little bit with
I
his.
don't want you to suck his
Right?
dick.
Can I do though. I don't think you understand. I do. But let me respond to what I'm sorry, Falser said about me saying that the U.S. was the best. I am not saying that the U.S. is the best in terms of gun violence. I'm saying that the U.S. does not have broad institutions that is in any way comparable to Germany in the 1940s, to Turkey in the 1910s, to China currently. We have the institutions and sorry, what was that?
That's a low bar.
I agree. That's what genocide is. Genocide is a low bar, and that's what I'm saying.
Genocide is really high.
Or what? No, I'm
when
saying
you say it's a low bar, what do you mean?
What I mean is that that is a ridiculous standard to put ourselves up to. So anything that's currently happening in America, we compare that to genocide. Yeah, it's going to be extremely insane. That's why I mentioned
compared it to comparable countries in terms of wealth and development.
I know, but you were referring to me. That's what I was saying. So I'm saying don't take my words out of context. I was referring to the impact of genocide.
I've got a question for Sansol.
Of course, I would agree that America is the worst in terms of gun violence. Of course.
Right. So I think, Sol, I think that you said that this recent shooting that happened in Tennessee and the one in Colorado, you don't blame Vaush for that, right?
No.
Right.
The full stance would be that there's the possibility, but we don't know because those manifestos haven't been fully released. But because of his rhetoric and depending on what their motive was, if I were him, I would have tiptoed around the topic until we knew.
So the question is, if Vaush isn't responsible for those shootings, those bad actions, what harm has he caused? What is he doing wrong?
I don't think he's done any harm yet.
Right.
The possibility. It's the
Correct.
possibility.
Correct. If I say, go pick up this gun and fucking shoot someone, and I just say that out loud into the world, if no one does it, that doesn't make it good that I said it. I would still criticize you and say, hey, you don't know what the fuck could have happened there.
No,
Maybe even next time.
No, but even me saying, if I just say, if someone infringes upon your rights, you are justified in committing violence against them. That could potentially, right? Potentially, there's a tiny possibility for someone to hear that and they'll interpret it in their crazy brain. Right?
Somewhere. It's a spectrum, right? There's gonna be literally handing someone a gun, and there's gonna be on the other side, oh, that person was kind of mean to me. There's gonna be a spectrum here, and I think Vaush is coming towards the uncomfortable side of the spectrum, where I think he's engaging in a little bit too much more violent rhetoric, and I'd say, hey, bring it back, buddy, you fucking crazy person. You're being a little insane right now.
Right. So the question to Sansol again is his rhetoric, if we put aside the violent actions that have happened, is his rhetoric harmful in and of itself, even if those shootings never happened, and why?
my critique of Vaush is one of wanting to prevent something before something bad happens. Again, this conversation started off and is still about, but it's kind of moved all over the place. It is about stochastic violence, right? Going off of Vaush's own definition and the people that he's criticized for being stochastic terrorists, right? And their rhetoric around things like the Great Replacement Theory, right? He himself is engaging in that same action. When we look at those people, and if we were to take his word for it, he is he is creating this media environment that could push people to go out and shoot people.
Maybe if
Not
I
only
say
do I
it-
think it's bad. This is the last point I'm going to say. Even you spoke and it made me lose my train of thought. Holy fuck! Sorry, go for it.
Okay, so let me try. Maybe if I say it, maybe we can. It can. People understanding can be given. But first, before I say it, $5 from Moodit to say props to Staxiums and Sonsol for not falling into the trap and defending outrageous positions. Continue the good work and keeping this debate on topic. Thank you. I won't take sides with the Staxiums and Sonsol. I won't do that. But I will say, let's try this. We recognize that the harm that slurs have done to minority communities over the years. We recognize that it is a real harm, that it acts as a way to discriminate, and it is.
Tom, what are you eating? I ate a Subway sandwich with tuna, bacon, jalapenos, buffalo sauce, chipotle sauce, and mayonnaise. Yeah, I know what you meant. I just got to make fun of you guys when you have typos. Mayonnaise is the best part of it.
It's hurt people, right? And we can say that.
Oh, these are Sun's chips. Yes. Yeah. Normally, I would get the nacho Doritos and crush them up and pour them onto the sandwich and eat it with the nachos or the Doritos on the sandwich, but they were out of Doritos. I don't want to eat Sun chips on the sandwich, obviously. So I'm just going to eat the Sun chips separately.
That's the reason we don't like to use these slurs and we want to discourage their use, is because it has done harm. And if we continue to do it, it will continue to do harm. Much in the same way, we would say that slurs against non-minority groups, slurs against white people, they may not do the same harm now, right? But there is a potential for that to happen. And so we want to discourage it, because we know if you do this over a long enough time, this will be the result. So when we look at stochastic, stochastic violence, right? And we look at calls to stochastic violence. We know that if you do it over enough time, if you increase, or at least this is a theory, I disagree with the theory, but if we do this over enough time, right, that the interactions will increase against certain groups, and some portion of those interactions will be negative, and a portion of those negative interactions will be violent. So by putting them in a spotlight and putting them in a spotlight in a negative way, it increases the chance of lone wolf shooters to come out of the woodwork and do this violence. And we can see, while yes, these are not yet at the same comparable level, we need to stop it before it becomes at the same comparable level.
How do you know?
Because not only will people die, because not only
is that a vibe check?
Is that a vibe check? First of all, $10 from Killian. No, $10, $10 says you don't speak right now. And I read this tweet, which is, how many big cities where the majority of gun violence happens have conservative gangs running around murdering each other? Sick of hearing about righties running around killing everyone. Extreme Dad for $2 says, Vaush, I'm calling you out. Fight me in the content creators clash. Okay, I've said that. We've done that. Thank you for the
Katie, what an
bid
absurd
from F-Bonds.
Reading
What an
out
absurd-
this thing for $10.
Katie.
How awesome.
I didn't even hear it.
Katie, what an absurd.
Hey, can you stop attacking my positions before you understand them? It's super frustrating.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
He's
Let me
trying to clarify it,
attack
right?
them, and then if you disagree with my understanding of your position, you can clarify. Does that sound good? That's how conversations work. So let me just try my best. I'm gonna go ahead and say, what an absurd benchmark you have.
Yeah, stop misunderstanding her positions. That's your fault. You should always understand what it is she's trying to say.
to me is that you know what the consequences are. When Michael Knowles said that we should eradicate transgenderism, he wasn't aware of where the consequences were going to be. And you could say, well, look, we don't know that it's going to engage in violence. Okay, but we can use our brains and not be so autistic for half a second and realize that maybe there's some language that's going to be more inflammatory than others, and we should discourage inflammatory and violent rhetoric. That's
Okay,
such.
so
It's crazy. This is a hot take.
Okay, so maybe you think that it's autistic to feel that way, but maybe other people feel it's autistic to feel like him saying that is going to lead to mass shootings and more gun violence just because two people.
It's not that it is going to do that. It's that it is more likely. If I ask you, hey, do you think if there's a content creator who's telling a bunch of people they should go do something violent, do you think those people are more likely to do it than if he hadn't said that? Like, I think everybody, okay, yeah, sure.
Possibly one have done it.
If we're looking at one community where they never say that you should go use violence, or they never tell you to go shoot people, and this community does tell you to go shoot people, which community do you think is more likely to have someone go shoot people?
I mean, can you think for yourselves, or do you just repeat, or do you just feel like you're going to do whatever, like the higher person says to do?
I don't know if I understood your question at all. I'm sorry. So you're saying I'm just. I don't understand.
I can explain it. So what you're saying is like, do you
go to
think
mansplain
that,
it for me?
Yeah, I'm going to mansplain. My understanding of what she said was that can you think for yourself, or do you think that someone saying this stuff is going to automatically make people go out and commit these crimes? Do I have that right?
I don't care about the. I care about, as a rule, we should discourage violence.
As a principle, yes. As a principle, we say that you should not advocate for violence. Yes.
Rhetoric whenever we
But
see it.
nobody's saying that we should discourage it. But to say
Okay,
that
so
you could be part of a huger movement because of it is just kind of nonsense. Like,
I'm not saying
I understand where you're coming from because you're afraid that people are going to take him for his word and believe that there's transgenocide and there's people out to hurt them, but that doesn't mean arm up and go for it just because one unhinged individual says so.
Okay, but
the problem is, I think a big part of it is that we agree.
100,000 fucking followers, and so do Keffels, and so do Demon Mama, and all of these people. They probably round out to an influence of about 1 million people. And if it was just some random fucking person on the street, I'd slap them upside the head and say, "Hey, fucking Quidditch, chill."
But also, when
Ginger,
we
just to
stop these things, there's only two ways we can stop stochastic terrorism, right? So one is through like legislation, censorship, things like that, and the other is really through like social pressure. And what does social pressure turn into in terms of like real world application? Well, it's us just agreeing that it's a bad thing to do, condemning it, saying, "Hey, you shouldn't do this."
Yes, that's what you're supposed to be doing on the panel right now. Yes.
And we've accomplished that, but we're all there. I think that's what Ginger said.
Accomplished that because you've been pushing against us having that conversation.
Correct. Yes, you have been the exact opposite of that this entire time.
From the beginning of the conversation, since the beginning of the panel.
No, so
Katie,
we
Katie.
all
What you're
said
saying-
Vaush is bad. Let us talk about
We
gun
all
violence.
agree with
We're
that.
crying out loud.
But
there's not
what you're saying.
No, you did not. You said that this doesn't even reach the level of alarmist behavior or alarmist rhetoric.
The conversation to have is.
Can
my
I
point,
respond to
we all
Ginger just
agree.
super quick? Okay, Ginger, to what you're saying, the fact that yes, these people are like niche micro celebrities on the internet. Yeah, that's true. But this was something that was relatively relegated to just their circle of things. But immediately after the Nashville shooting, we do see a massive surge in people talking about a genocide against trans people that do have large platforms, and this rhetoric is getting out there. That's
Why?
the problem.
Why is that happening, Sanso? Why? Is it because
Is it because there's a trans genocide, Katie?
Can you answer my questions?
Ask it.
Why is it happening? I think people are talking about trans genocide because Michael Knowles and Vaush started saying crazy shit like they knew trans was the pure evil all along, and now we finally have.
Well,
the
Vaush was
proof.
saying this
and
10
then once
months
you read it,
ago.
well, I guess Michael Knowles and are finally like taking Vaush's word and are running with it. Come the fuck on.
Does Michael Knowles and does Matt Walsh have the capability of enacting a genocide?
Do you think I'm saying that they do?
No,
And
I don't think
saying-
I don't think that you're saying that. But what the implication of what you're trying to get across is that because there are people that are out there saying incredibly fucking hateful things, that we are now justified in calling something that is not a genocide.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Sanso.
Oh,
We
okay.
can do this.
That was
We're
the
so close.
implication.
Okay, no, that was no an implication. You're saying, hey, now this mass shooting happened, and now everyone's talking about trans genocide, and I'm like,
Well, maybe some people heard Vaush, but I think the reason why some people are talking about transgenocide a lot more loudly in common parlor is because conservative media has went absolutely bonkers using this one trans person that committed a mass shooting to demonize all trans people in a way that is quite harmful to trans people.
I'll even
Maybe
agree with
that's why.
If you switch to this situation there and you look at the Buffalo shooting and the immediate aftermath of people calling Tucker Carlson a stochastic terrorist for what he was saying on his show like a month or two before the shooting happened, do you think that you would hold the same position? Because that's exactly the argument they made to say that Tucker Carlson was not a stochastic terrorist.
This is for Falsers and Katie for $5. Mudit asks, even if we removed all guns from the U.S. right now, and I guess he's not asking, he's telling you.
To be fair, Matt Walsh does advocate for and has impacted trans legislation. Yes, but we're all critical of that. That's the thing. That's the thing. Is that like everybody's only critical of it when somebody on the right does some bullcrap like this. But when people on the left do this, we're all of a sudden like, oh wait, who cares? Like why would this matter? Like, yes, of course, like Matt Walsh does some bad things. Everybody agrees on this. The part that they're getting defensive about is whether or not Vaush did something bad.
Even if we removed all guns from the U.S. right now, that still doesn't make violent rhetoric okay.
No one is taking a position that violent rhetoric is okay.
Yeah,
no one's taking a position.
Except for Katie, who seems to be like really hardcore defending literally every aspect of what Vaush said.
I don't think that's her
except
point.
for
And I've never agreed with Katie on a panel. This is a first for me. I'm a Katie agreement virgin. But I don't think that's her point.
I am kind of struggling to understand, Katie, what exactly you are advocating for then. Like, if you agree with Sansol, and it seems we all seem to be... No, but we agree in that Vaush's rhetoric is bad, right? I think there's general consensus on that, right?
It's bad. Can you clarify that for me?
It's causing bad outcomes.
We haven't seen any bad outcomes yet. Can you specify those bad outcomes for me that it's causing? That we haven't seen because they don't exist yet?
Right. So let me respond. So I would agree with Sansol that the trans genocide rhetoric is muddying the waters, and I can see a very strong case, like at least conceptually, that kind of rhetoric would be turning people away from trans movements because it seems so extreme. Like,
I agree.
we don't have evidence. We don't have evidence for that, but conceptually, I would assume that is the case. Would you agree that that is the case?
Let me tell you, I think the worst outcomes Vaush's rhetoric does is that it alienates liberals and conservatives from progressive plight. That is by far the worst outcome of what Vaush is doing. Vaush is doing optical.
When Vaush said that stuff, I said, I think this is it for him. I was like, I think this is it. There's no way he can continue on. There's no freaking way. He did continue on. He is still around. He is still here somehow. People have actually defended this stuff. What's up, Phil? I was saying hey to you last night, but I think that you were already gone by the time I responded to your chat. But yeah, but Vaush has stopped growing. He did become stagnant and just kind of stopped growing and has just kind of sat at that same 400K subscriber mark for years now.
Damage to our cause for gun control with this type of
we live in a democracy.
We're in agreement.
Optical damage has political power.
Right,
they
so
have political consequences.
I
Means
need to
demonstrated
stop
power.
interjecting every time I talk. I swear to
I
God.
waited until after you were done with your sentence, but we can check this.
Sorry, not years. A year. 1 year.
Stenographer, if you disagree.
No, Stacks, I don't think you need to go so hard. So I think we are in agreement then, right? That Vaush should probably tone this rhetoric down.
We all agree on that 20 minutes ago.
No, we keep saying we all agree.
You say that, but then she says the opposite.
Yeah,
and
yes,
Katie starts defending it after saying that we all agree. Yes, we all agree he shouldn't do this, but there's nothing wrong with him doing it, right? What do you mean? No, there is.
I have a question. I
want to tone the temperature down a bit and ask her
I want to read a $5 super chat I got. Are we not going to consider that violent rhetoric only normalizes violence and makes a genocide more likely? This is from Fondue. Okay, carry on. Go ahead.
Okay, Katie, if there's no consequences now,
Can
which
I
is what you're
answer
saying,
the person who asked me a question?
Stop saying that you're cutting people off and then cut people off. I swear to God.
You said that there's no consequences right now, so we shouldn't be here criticizing it because there's no bad consequences. Does that mean that we should never criticize bad rhetoric because there's no bad consequences of that rhetoric now? Because if so, shut the fuck up about Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles
and Destiny. She literally, her entire thing with Destiny has been that she doesn't think that she thinks that he has harmful rhetoric. But I bet you anything, she has like no data, nothing to show on where this rhetoric actually goes bad or any harm that it's actually done.
In regards to a trans genocide.
Katie,
So, Osmar,
go ahead.
what
Wait, I want to
say
hear.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was
Katie, go
gonna
ahead.
answer you. I was just like, that's irrelevant. Okay, so what I was saying is that I think it depends on your goal. Do I think Vaush's rhetoric actually advocates for trans people to start murdering conservatives? Of course not. That's absurd. He's arguing for people to use their Second Amendment right. I think that's cringe because the Second Amendment is cringe. But that's like just a Vaush thing. Vaush bad. Okay. In terms of if you care about optical ability to sway liberals and conservatives, I think the trans genocide rhetoric is alienating. However, I think it has other reasonable utilities. So I wouldn't say that it's bad, but I'd understand why people would say that it's not optically beneficial in the way that they want optics to be used. Do you get what I'm saying?
What's the
Sure,
what's
yeah,
the
I
positive
understand.
utility?
I think Vaush and like his orbiting club are creating a space that at least allowed some trans people feel like they're being heard in a real way. I feel
No, that's not a real way that they should be heard. Nobody wants to hear them that way. They should not be heard in that way. That is a horrible answer. That is a ridiculous answer. They should not be heard in that way. I don't care if that's how they want to be heard or that makes them feel heard. They should not be heard in that way. Like, yeah, okay, Matt Walsh and all of these other people make conservatives feel like they're heard. Is this okay now? Like, is it an okay thing that, oh man, look at these good outcomes. Look at all the good outcomes of all these conservatives who feel like libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh have made them feel heard. Awesome. I was so glad we got these great outcomes.
like they feel protected, like they have a community, at least in the Vaush circle. I think there's a level of like basically community building that it does. Under a level of like I don't think it's imagined oppression. I think they're obviously being treated very badly. So I do think that it gives people a sense of like safety, but I don't think he's driving them to violence. So I don't really care.
Okay, so you're saying that the positive utility in saying that there's a trans genocide ongoing right now is that it creates a safe space for trans people in their community and it allows them to build their community. What you're essentially saying right now is that it is making their communities and their platforms larger and they are benefiting off of that. That is the consequence of this.
So
is that
if I could interpret, no. If I could,
what I'm saying is that Vaush's rhetoric makes trans people feel like they are seen and their plight are seriously considered.
Do you have to use genocide
Can I
to do that?
continue to speak? Thank you. Because liberals and conservatives generally are pretty dismissive of anti-trans legislation, and they just say we have strong institutions. America is great. Woohoo! So what if people try to pass a law to hurt trans people? Who cares? Woohoo! America is awesome.
Because the
then
institutions
Vaush,
protected the trans people.
I'm gonna finish talking. So Vaush, recognizing that that's actually pretty harmful and disgusting and dystopian, makes people feel like somebody sees their plight and the struggle that they're facing. Yeah,
But
the
that
genocide
presupposes that
rhetoric.
there's a genocide.
The genocide
Sorry, I'm
rhetoric
cutting you off
is-
too much. I'll mute myself.
I'm aware. The genocide rhetoric, is not effective for liberals or conservatives. I don't think it's meant for that. I think it's meant for progressives.
I think I would agree with you. Like, I think we can all we can reason out that there could be some utility in Vaush's rhetoric, right? But I think Katie, you agree with us that on balance, on whole,
Wait. This is stupid. Let me tell you why, right? Under what circumstances is causing a group to like feel good, right? Enough to justify violent rhetoric. I could make a lot of groups feel good and feel seen.
No, Wick,
you're talking about the white genocide. I feel seen, right?
Wick, you interrupted before I could finish, right? Like, I can see that there could be some utility there in making these people feel protected. However, I think Katie, I think we all agree that on balance, right? If we would have some sort of like calculus, if we were like some like omnipresent being, and we could evaluate like overall, this is.
Yes, this is not the way to do it. You can make them feel heard and seen in a million different ways. This is like the worst possible way to do that.
Yeah, as true utilitarian would, that on balance, this is a negative thing, and Vaush is bad, for lack of a better word, for what he's advocating for. I think we would agree with that.
I just want to let it known. I just want to let it known that I do not agree that there has not been violent rhetoric spewed by Vaush. I'm just saying that it does. I don't see it having the same outcome as they like.
He literally said that they should shoot people on the streets. Yes, no, that is violent rhetoric. That is insane. That is insane. No, he literally said that.
Nick Fuentes' spiel on violence.
I would say Nick
But
Fuentes is way
again,
worse.
Yeah, Maximus, you got a gifted sub from Clark. Tier 2. Tier 2.
We're looking
I'm
at the.
explaining it to
Oh,
the
I didn't
other
realize.
side, not you. I'm sorry.
I didn't realize that you weren't done. This is the problem: is that when we look at
Yeah, I didn't
Vaush's
realize you were
own-
not done, and then you just.
his Vaush's own definition.
Okay, let Katie
stochastic
finish real quick.
terrorist.
You gotta let Katie finish real quick, but she has to be quick, or I won't let her finish. Katie, finish. You got about 30 seconds to land this plane.
Okay. Osmar, I agree with you that on a holistic take, yeah, it's probably more bad than good. I just don't think that's what Vaush is focusing on. I think he's looking to do specific change for progressive people, and that's why he's using that rhetoric. I do agree that generally, outside of what he's trying to convince progressives to do, yeah, it's mostly it's not good for us optically for sure. Also, fuck you, Wick.
But
Okay,
Katie, you acknowledge his intent doesn't necessarily change the outcome, right?
No, of course.
Okay.
Intent is relevant to outcomes.
And also, Ginger, by Vaush's own definition of stochastic terrorism, the people that he has called a stochastic terrorist, like Nick Fuentes. Fuentes hasn't been named in any manifestos. He's never been named directly, right? But we all, for some reason, can recognize that Fuentes' rhetoric is something that could go out or cause him to go out and cause violence. Lauren Southern's rhetoric is something that could go out and cause violence. You know, Stefan Molyneux, Matt Walsh, all these people, Tucker Carlson, we can recognize all of their rhetoric could possibly cause someone to go out and commit violence. But for some fucking reason, yes, and it has. For some reason, when Vaush uses the same rhetoric, we're suddenly like, "Oh man, I don't know. It seems like it's just impossible for this to."
Well, I do think, Sansol, I would respond. There is a difference.
Please, he was talking to me.
Exactly. We do need to acknowledge that there is a huge fucking difference between Tucker Carlson and Vaush. Like, not only
We've already
the
said this
fucking
like 20
reasons-
times.
Yes.
We've already said this 20 times. We don't need to see it again.
I need to fucking clarify that shit. Sorry. I'm not equating these two at all. Vaush with any of those right-wing figures.
It's a matter.
No, it is, because it's a matter of principle. The principle still matters. You still hold people to the same standard. You can't say that it's bad when they do it because there's more of them doing it, but it's okay when Vaush does it because nobody else is doing it. It's ridiculous.
Matter of scale rather than a matter of what they're doing, though. We could say that they're not the same, but it's simply a scale.
Wait, I don't even think it's a matter of scale. It's a matter of the nature and what they're calling for. Like, I think we can all agree that.
I'm not talking about Vaush.
No, Matt Walsh and none of those people are actually calling for violence. Like, none of them are actually saying that we should do these things. Like, Vaush's rhetoric is way more explicit in what it is that he's asking for.
Totally. No, let me finish this because I know what you're going to say. You're like, they're actually calling for worse violence.
I don't mean to be.
I don't.
They're saying worse violence.
Ginger will get to finish her point.
Okay,
I promise you.
bad.
But I am going to
bad.
actually speak on my goddamn panel, okay? Because I've said
understand.
less than all of you, okay? I've said less than all of you. And let me be clear, right?
You're the
Yes,
moderator.
it
You
is
should be
about-
talking less than all of us.
Yes, you're the freaking moderator. You shouldn't be giving a position at all. But whatever.
Shut up. Shut up. Okay? What I want to say here is that if I'm not talking about Vaush or anyone in specific, but if you listen to left-wing rhetoric, the extremist rhetoric, I'm not talking the average rhetoric, I'm talking the extremist rhetoric, it is calling for literal violence, death, the rounding up of political enemies, the imprisonment of political enemies. These are things that are talked about, advocated for, joked about. It is a matter of scale. Yes, they don't have as loud of a voice because they don't have institutional power or any kind of funding levels. And so, yes, it is not the same, but the difference is scale rather than type. Ginger will now finish her point. Go ahead.
I actually don't remember what Sanzel said.
Beautiful.
My point was that by Vaush's own definition, or the people that he's referenced,
Oh,
who haven't
now
been
I
named,
remember. Yes, now I remember. Okay. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not saying that it's an impossibility that that's going to happen. There's always the possibility. Humans are involved. That's kind of, how I fall in a lot of situations. But I just feel for a side, I would expect more from them, and I guess that's where I'm coming from, and I maybe shouldn't, but I would expect more from the left when they're always saying, they're quick to discuss gun control, they're quick to discuss certain things, and it would surprise me if that were to happen. I'm not saying that it's a
I agree.
that isn't a probability.
I would have agreed with you like 6 months ago, but I've been
But
changed
again,
in my opinion.
but
hardcore.
again, what I'm saying is words versus actions. Yes, words do speak volume, but a lot of I see about that kind of stuff is mostly just online and not really acted out like it is on the right. Not saying
Sure, I
that
have
it
a one
doesn't
sentence
happen,
response.
because I have seen it before, but I'm just not seeing it as immensely. But you're right, it could snowball into that,
Sure,
and there
my
is
one
no
sentence-
reason. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Yeah. So
There's
my
a-
one sentence
go ahead.
response. Oh God. Okay, so my one sentence response would basically be, I would agree with you, but I think one of the reasons for that is that the left wing hasn't been using rhetoric like this until relatively recently, in the past year and a half.
I actually couldn't believe Vaush was saying that. I was waiting for the obligatory in a video game during his diatribes. Yes, I same. Yes, it is actually crazy that he has said the things that he says and people still turn around and defend it. Like it is it like I can't even put into words just how unbelievable it is. It just shows so much hypocrisy. It shows what what blinders these people are willing to put on, how they want to just make sure that like they're in their safe space, they got their goggles on, they're in their alternate universe, they're able to just pretend that everything that is going on is perfectly fine, and they just get to fight against all the bad guys. Just the bad guys are the bad guys and the good guys are the good guys, and that's it. It's all very simple and easy for them.
2 years maximum, right? Whereas we've seen a much longer time frame for the right to go through and put these narratives out there and convince people to do things.
Hold on, that's not true. We've had left-wing rhetoric like this for
a long
hundreds
time.
of years.
On a
Like,
larger
you
scale,
have,
like
people.
Vaush?
Sorry.
Well,
No,
we can
okay,
talk about the Black Panthers and Malcolm X.
Stop. Thank you for the 5 gifts, Stouffer. I recognize that there are more right-wing, like, again, it's a matter of scale. There are more right-wing people who talk like this than there are left. I can grant you that. But even if it was just one, even if it was just one left-winger saying these things, I roundly condemn it. Just like I roundly condemn when the right wing does it.
Wait, can I respond? Wait,
Yes,
can I say something to that, right? No, I do think there is a difference in nature between these two things. It's not just a difference in scale, it's a difference in nature. Often when these right-wingers are calling for advocating for political violence, it's to like infringe and harm upon minorities or vulnerable groups. And but now I'm not necessarily justifying what Vaush is doing, but there's a difference when Vaush is calling for violence in protection of minority groups.
Stop. The left wing, the right wing, always saying they're also protecting themselves. They are also using the language.
They're literally, yes, that's literally what I said earlier. Like they literally believe the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Self-defense to justify what they're doing.
With fucking
his justification.
Kruger ripping the faces off 40 people, and there's a child in the corner with a slingshot shooting spitballs, and you're like, yeah, but we should condemn the child.
We should condemn any kind of violent rhetoric, and I condemn all violent rhetorics. Why is this so hard to accept? Why is this so hard to swallow?
I'm sorry to do this. I'm sorry to do this, right? I'm sorry to use the Vaush analogy, right? So would you think it's the same thing for the Nazis? No. For the Nazis, the white Germans at the time, like a Nazi party, to advocate violence against the Jewish minority, and for the same thing for the Jewish minority.
Obviously,
right,
there's a difference.
Because one is actually defensive. One is actually a defense. Like one has actually done the thing, and the other side is reacting to the thing. But Vaush is saying react to the thing that has not happened. Is very different. Very, very different.
Difference in its nature.
No, there's
right?
a difference in what's being done, right? So the reason that the difference there is one is actually in self-defense. One is actually right now at the time being aggressed upon in violent ways, and the only way to stop it, because they lack any other institutional recourse, is violence, and that is based, just like Ukraine. Just like Ukraine. Ukraine is absolutely based in bringing out.
So this
right. White Germans, yes. We got to make sure that we make sure we're only talking about the white Germans. We're talking about the white Nazis, guys, not the black Nazis. They were fine, not that big of a deal. So, but the white Nazis, whoo, those guys. We got to stop dissing the Nazis all the time. True. What's with all the Nazi hate up in here, dude? All the Nazi historical revisionism, dude. What the hell?
But really, I just want to say that like the difference that we would point out is, again, the fact of the matter. When we look at what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany, right? And you asked me about this at the beginning. At what line would I say that the political self-defense is justified, right? The Jews, they were at that almost immediately after the Nazis took control of the entire government. They instituted, I believe they were the Nuremberg laws, but I just started my deep research into Nazi Germany. So I think it was the Nuremberg laws that took away Jewish citizenship from Germany, that took away their rights to work in certain fields, right? They already were in that phase almost immediately after the Nazis took power. We're not at that point now. So in order for us to start talking about the self-defense and the way that Vaush is talking about it as a direct comparison, a one-to-one with Nazi Germany in the way that he does, that's the problem.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Right? We're nowhere near that point in the States, right? What I was just trying to like illustrate was that there is a difference in its nature between a self-defense, like call for self-defense,
but
violence and
but
self-defense,
in the context
and
of
violence.
but in the
But that's
context
what
of the
the white
conversation, stop.
genocide thing.
In the context of the conversation we are having now, we're talking about the right-wing rhetoric now and the left-wing rhetoric now, the things that are actually happening. And yes, difference of scale, absolutely. And yes, I don't think either of these people, either of these groups, neither of them, and I want to be very clear for my chat, neither of them should be stopped from saying what they want to say, but I can absolutely push back against it. Anyway,
And
Kate,
the nature
stop.
is not different. That's the
Katie.
problem.
Yes, I agree.
No,
with you.
no, no, no. The
who's
nature
Mark
is
then
different.
Katie?
Yeah, so the nature is different because although like the Nazis at the time or like white nationalists or whatever will couch their they will couch their rhetoric in terms of self-defense, like white genocide. We need to protect our white people from being genocided, however culturally, whatever they would argue.
But you realize they actually think that's what they're doing. Do they think that they're just making this stuff up so that they can like achieve some sort of agenda that's totally baseless? What is the agenda then? The agenda is that they believe the things that they're saying. This is nuts.
Although the specific way that they would talk about it, and because I watched these videos like on stream back in the day, right? The way they would talk about it is like, well, I'm not saying that you should go out and start shooting up brown people. No, I would never say that. What I'm saying is you should start arming yourself for self-defense because eventually the day will come where they will start coming for you, right? The day will come where you need to act in self-defense in defense of your race. That's how they talked about it. They didn't say like just like go out and like protect the homeland because like we're being invaded. Although some of them did say that. A lot of the language was couched in this more, like we need to prepare for the day where we need to enact self-defense.
Right. No, but the point is that what I'm trying to say is those white nationalists will frame it as self-defense, right? But in actuality, when we evaluate it, it's not actually self-defense. What they want to do is they just want to encroach and like perpetrate like bad things upon minorities.
What we're talking about is the fact of the matter. You're talking about a fact of the matter. You're saying that they didn't actually have any reason to commit any kind of self-defense action, right? I'm saying we're not at that point either. And you keep on agreeing with me when I say this, but we're not at that point. And neither were the white nationalists, right? This rhetoric is jumping the gun to the point where people might go out and do those things.
Right. But remember, I always agreed that Vaush is going too far with this rhetoric.
Too.
No, what I'm in response to, this is about Wick saying that there is no difference in nature.
There
isn't.
No, wait, hold on. We
No,
can
but I think
all
there
agree.
is.
Wait, hold
Maybe
on,
I'm
wait,
missing
wait,
something.
We need to be able to agree that there is a huge difference between self-defending against your race being taken over and self-defending against, people fighting. Like, there's just a difference between a white genocide, feeling like you're just not going to be the majority anymore, and then feeling like your fellow brothers and sisters will die. I think that there's a little bit of,
no, I'm not going to go down this road. Let's just say that everyone thinks they're the hero of their story. Everyone thinks if you don't do this, we will die.
Right. That you actually have to have like a tangible threat in order to act against it. You can't just make up some boogeyman to fight against and now it's self-defense. Like the reason that both of these are analogous to one another is because neither one is actually happening. That's the point.
That is the rhetoric being used. We will die, and this is on both sides. It's not just we won't be the majority anymore, or we won't have access to healthcare, or we'll just be oppressed. It's we will die. That is what is being said on both sides. If the Republicans get in power, they will kill us.
This is not a both sides issue. There's fucking vegans.
What are you talking?
Right
Okay, I'm not both siding the issue. I have said over and over again, one is infinite.
He did not both sides the issue. This guy is lost, bro. This guy is just lost in the sauce.
The volume of impact and scale is super relevant here. You can't just hand wave that away. That matters. The context of these things matter.
It does, but that doesn't change the principle. It doesn't change the principle. The principle is the same. The principle, guys. Nobody's saying the principle.
Feetamifitus super chatted $5. This is called stochastic stupidity.
True. Thank you, Maphitis. Appreciate the $5. This is stochastic stupidity. This is true. Whoa. This is frustrating to listen to because yes, they are not pushing the idea of the principle. They are not saying The principle is the same no matter what, right? I feel like we could have just made this argument at the beginning and everybody would agree. Like, yes, the principle is the same though. You do not do this because we know that there are likely going to be bad outcomes. We don't say, oh, well, if you shoot a gun and if you aim it at somebody's head, and you shoot the gun and it misses, well, it's okay because there's no bad outcome. So it's not a big deal, right? No, it is the principle that is bad. It doesn't like, yeah, okay, fine. It might be worse if you had a bigger gun and missed with it. Like, okay, sure, maybe the bigger gun is worse to miss with, but like still, we got the principle that you just don't do it anyways. And so it doesn't, like, we don't even care what size gun it is afterwards. You can have a freaking rocket launcher. Doesn't matter. You just don't do it. Just don't do it in the first place. Tom, you don't understand. My side is justified in doing whatever is necessary because we are righteous. True. I didn't even think about that. My bad. My bad.
It's not a both sides issue.
And if there was a vegan talking about that, we should.
Nobody said it was a both sides issue. Nobody said that.
To kill all meat eaters, and he had 500,000 subscribers, I'd be on that panel too.
I don't think there's 500,000 people that agree with him. I don't think a follow is indicative of like total ideological alignment for one.
Right. I can measure it then.
There's just not that same level of representation down.
Also, I don't think Vaush has 500,000 subscribers, does he? $432. He's not even at 450, bro. Destiny and Vaush, a couple years ago, were both racing to hit 400,000 subscribers. The two of them were neck and neck, and they were racing to get to 400,000 subscribers. I believe Destiny is edging on 700,000 now. Vaush is still just over. Yeah, Destiny's at about 650. Vaush is still like just over the 400,000 mark.
Down the line here as far as like extremism and the messaging behind it.
Skilltree Gaming is giving me $5 to say, can we all agree catastrophizing is bad and we should treat people like adults and be truthful?
Well, Katie doesn't believe that it's catastrophizing, so
I hate that.
We all condemn it.
But Falser, but this is the thing.
Well, not Katie.
Well,
let Katie speak for herself. Katie, no, you just made it so Katie gets to speak now. Katie, go ahead.
There's not a single thing that you understand about my position. I actually don't. Shut the fuck up!
You cut me off all the time.
Shut up. Wick, I actually don't want to speak. You've done a terrible job moderating this. This has been super disrespectful, and that's the only other thing I wanted to say. You can continue letting your special guest console and this new guy who's very confused about how Twitch panels work on running this shit show.
Okay, Katie, the only thing I will respond is, Katie, go back and I want you to time your speaking time compared.
I would say, Katie, you don't get to come on any more panels, okay? Get wrecked.
To everyone else, and I want you to report back to me.
Send her to
I'll
the
also say I've been
void.
on Counterpoint's debate panels. You know, I'm not fully new to this thing. You should watch all of my stuff.
I would say
I'm
me
at
and
Staxians
Katie have
everywhere.
probably talked pretty similar time. I didn't want to interrupt Katie to tell.
Yes, I would say Katie probably had a large amount of speaking time compared to most of the other panelists. It would probably be Sansol, then Katie in amounts of speaking time. Like the two of them have spoken more than anybody else.
Everyone that she hasn't talked in a while, but if you want to say something, you're more than free to. I've been muting myself because I have been like going off a little bit, but yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you're mostly the one on the other side besides Staxium, so.
Listen, I am the strongest Vaush hater. All right, I'll take the strongest stance on it. Okay.
I mean, it just makes more sense to have you guys, the two of you, talk the most, considering,
Sure.
you know.
Before we get into like a whole meta conversation, right? The thing, oh shit, what was it that Falser said just a minute ago? I really wanted to respond to it. What was the last point you made?
The scale of the issues.
The scale of the issues. Yeah. So again, like
He said that it wasn't a both sides issue.
Just to reiterate, I think that everyone here agrees that the scale is significantly weighted on the conservative side and on the far right side to like for the propensity to go out and do these mass shooting events, right? Everyone here agrees with that. And I think, now I don't know most of the people on this panel, but I think that most of us talk about those most of the time, right? The most impassioned streams that I've ever had have always been the mass shooting, like immediately after the mass shootings, because it just feels like something could have been done by now to maybe try and mitigate this, but nothing has been done, right? But
this is an issue with Sansel. He naturally absorbs a lot of the space on a panel. I do as well. Literally anytime I'm on a panel, I'll probably end up speaking more than anybody else. Like almost every panel I'm ever on, I speak more than anybody else. And I remember when I first started on when I first got into the space, people kept pointing it out. They're like, bro, how is it that every time you get on the panel, it all becomes about you? Like, what the hell? I was like, I don't mind it. I don't have a problem with it. It's okay. I don't mind.
Again, the thing that I keep bringing up, and I think that Staxiums keeps on bringing up, is the possibility that this does spiral into something that becomes worse. And my worry that if it does become worse, or even if there is, like, fuck, if there is one trans mass shooting that mentions the legislation that's been passed in the United States, it will be such a devastating thing for the entire trans community. So my reason for pointing this out, not only because all mass shootings are bad, all violence against innocence is fucking horrible, right? We don't want there to be negative blowback against the very group that we're trying to say is the one being harmed.
So how do we
Why am I
counteract
getting flipped
it?
off for that?
Look,
What does
Falsers,
counteracting
go
it
ahead.
look like?
Falsers. And I drink bleach from
My
my balance
everything's
says
about
let
Katie,
Katie cook.
understand.
Okay, I'm letting Katie cook. I've given Katie a lot of leeway here, but Falser. She disagrees, and that's fine. And we'll probably talk
No,
about it.
I just have a question for
Go ahead,
something. So when
Falser.
you say like we need to come on and like counteract these things, what does that look like? Because everything I've heard so far leads me to believe what that looks like is us collectively condemning it.
I
Is
think
that fair?
collectively condemning it and calling it for what it is, which is like blatantly.
I think Katie went to flick them off and then lagged out while she was flicking them off, and she just lagged off the entire panel.
Blatantly lying to an audience and fear mongering. Like that's the really, really bad thing that can lead people, especially people who are already like predisposed to some sort of like violent action, whether they have like.
I don't know why she came back on after she's already said that she doesn't want to talk because Wick's done a horrible job moderating. Like, why would she come back? I don't know why she stayed in the first place, but even after lagging off, why come back?
Sort of mental illness that makes them see the world in a different way or something like that, to go out and do these things, right? Because Vaush doesn't have control over every single individual mind in his audience, right? He doesn't know who's consuming his content. And so I think even he would agree that people who have a platform, especially the larger the platform becomes, they have a responsibility to craft their rhetoric in a way that is responsible.
Yeah.
Right?
Here's what's interesting to me is I think collectively, not unanimously, apparently, which was news to me halfway through, but collectively, we have condemned it. And I understand that it is not a popular thing for me to come onto a Twitch panel and criticize the topic of it. I understand that doesn't play well to the crowd, that doesn't play well to the panelists.
It happens all the time, to be clear, but go ahead. You're not. This isn't unique, but carry on.
I understand that, but I want you all to understand that my position is because we have pretty quickly reached a collective condemnation of this, and I think most people in most circles would, is that the conversation becomes harmful after a certain threshold of focus because it's not going anywhere. Like there's nothing else we can do. We agreed on the condemnation, and I think it was an easy point to get to. And so it's like, well, let's refocus that conversation. And there's an indictment in there that I want to be clear on. I'm not trying to be passive aggressive. I want to be really clear with my indictment. And my indictment is that you bringing focus to this issue that is not worthy of focus is directly counterintuitive to your cause.
Can I ask a question then? At what point would you say it is justifiable to talk about?
Well, I would say Vaush saying the thing that brings attention to it is what is causing the problems that like directs attention away from the cause. That is on Vaush. That is on Vaush for doing it, but it should be stigmatized. It should be pushed back against.
Negative or violent rhetoric on the left, because using the arguments for people who think that there is a transgenocide, like
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm catching feelings for Ginger over here. I don't know. Maybe I didn't look earlier. Maybe it's just the longer she stays quiet, the more attractive she is. I'm not sure.
Like, is it after people have already died? Is it after people have already been radicalized? At what point is it reasonable to talk about these things?
I'm happy to
I would
answer
say
that. So
preemptively.
the first thing I would like to do is draw a distinction between talking about something and focusing on it, right? When you predicate a panel upon a specific thing, you have focused upon it. We are not talking about it, we are focusing on it, right? And that lends a degree of weight to that conversation. There's an implication that it's worthy of being focused on, and there's messaging behind that. And so I think what you mean by your question is, when is the point in which
she's talked the least of everybody on the panel? She's become my favorite person.
Which we should focus on these issues. And my answer to that would be when there is substantial enough evidence to support the fact that it is a larger issue at hand in the demographic. And I don't think we're there. Again, we're at 1% of mass shootings.
Well, but again, if we need more mass shootings to create data.
Jesus, Tom, after the laugh conversation, I didn't have any idea you could be so misogynistic. I'm glad I subscribed. No. Wait, no. I am not. No, I am not misogynistic. I am not misogynistic. I love women. Dang it, Fringe lost. I'm trying to win more women's into the community, okay? I'm doing a bad job of it, okay? I'm doing a really bad job. I'm trying to win the women's over here, okay? I want more femoids in my chat. I like having lots of the dumb women here in my chat. We got to stop with the misogyny.
Points for us to say that this rhetoric is causing these things, then we're no longer doing it preemptively.
But we're back
doing
to
it
square
after.
one. So the answer is we condemn it, and we did that.
So
I would say that the purpose would be to try and get people. Yeah. I just want to say, I would say that like the point would be not only to like condemn it, but to like bully people who are using that.
We're not bullying Vaush. Vaush isn't here. Vaush doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Vaush
because
is
he's too much of a
opening
fucking
statements
coward to do anything.
we
like
don't need
argue
any
with
of that.
people who disagree with
Staxiums,
them.
go
But,
ahead.
Like,
Whoa, glitching. Stop saying dumb women. What are you doing? Chill. Calm down. You guys calm down. What are you guys doing?
Stop! You've gotten a lot of time, Staxiums. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I totally hear your criticism, Falsers. I get it. What I would say is something that I'm conscious about a lot is
feeling like Destiny yet? Chill out on the misogyny, guys. I actually have a video showing that didn't go so well. There's Destiny's mod team hates me right now. I put out a video about Cake a while back, where girls like apparently a bunch of girls got banned from the Discord for being girls, and it was Cake who did it, and they wanted to come on and talk about it, so I had one of the girls on and listen to her, and then Cake banned like other people just for associating with me, but
yeah, I just try to keep eyes on everything and get the general feel for everything going on.
Do you feel like when you do these kinds of things, they have a striking impact in regards to the kind of content you want to weed out?
When I do these kinds of things, do they have an impact?
Like, when you you do your anti-misogyny arc where you're like really going hard and you're banning certain kinds of stuff, do you feel like there's a shift in the community in the way that they think?
Yeah, I think it happens.
There's people that think a certain type of way and that you don't want as fans.
Yeah, it definitely changes. It just takes a little while for sure. But I think like after we've done this anti-misogyny thing, I think the community's gotten a lot better. I mean, obviously there's still room.
You think they respect women a whole lot more?
It comes with time, I think. Yeah, but like the general chats and the comments I've seen have gotten a lot better. There's not as much of like the cringy, like this makes me hate women and this makes me love women, all that shit. Like a lot of that for the most part is gone. There's still like a couple comments that come through every now and then, but after the language changes, following the language, the thoughts will slowly change. I think.
Ooh.
Have you ever read 1984?
It was just like a bunch of other obnoxious people in the comp side channel that I guess Cake Beanie for some reason likes to appeal to or like flex in front of.
This is a girl with a pretty picture and she's friends with Chud and Destiny, so she's gonna get unbanned.
The three girls are myself, Gus, and Kat.
Oh, I didn't know Gus was a girl.
Yeah, Gus is a black girl. That's why when they're calling her a white, when they say white whore, they're ironically referring to her.
Oh, who got banned? All three people who got banned were girls. I didn't know
And
that.
Globalist.
I thought.
And Globalist.
Oh, and Globalist. And so Globalist is a mod, isn't he? And then he said, "I'm sexist. I hate women." I thought that they were like specifically trying to get away from this stuff. I thought they were specifically saying like, we're not doing this anymore. Well, this right before banning 3 girls like that.
Right, yeah.
That looks even worse. Yeah. Like that person's actually being a sex pest. Like that person's actually being like weird.
What do you mean? You're supposed to be, aren't you terminally online media?
Yes, I report on the terminally online. I am not terminally online, so.
Oh, you think you're better than us?
Yes, stuff like that. It does seem like some sort of like discrimination happened here. It seems like it was just on like Cake's part, and then it doesn't. So yeah. Gus is a bad name for anybody, typically short for Augustus for any variation. I think, yeah, I don't know what her name is. Maybe August or something like that. None of the girls were wearing short skirts and a long jacket. That's why Cake banned them. Nice reference. I like it. It's because they didn't go the distance is what it is.
Who I am talking to. Like if I'm in a room full of conservatives, my go-to thing that I'm going to be talking about anytime anyone mentions is trans, the trans shooter, which I'm in a pretty conservative state.
Did Destiny see that video yet? So while the girl was on there and I was talking to her, I DM'd Destiny and like told him what was going on, and we talked for a little bit about it. And then he asked if it was a big deal, and I was like, no. I was like, it's not a big deal. Like, I wouldn't worry too much about it. And on the, like in the actual video, I say a couple of times, I'm like, it's his Discord. He can do whatever he wants with it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I say that like, yeah, it's like, the probably memeing and like, it's just gone a little bit too far, blah, blah, blah. But they took it, and this is why the other day I was telling you guys that like Destiny's comp sci channel is just a bunch of freaking nutcases, because they all have like it is the most autistic channel ever, and it is all like completely schizo nutcases in there. Like you can go look at it right now, and it is a bunch of people just like saying nonsense. Like it's incoherent babble 100% of the time. Let's see. Let's see, what do we have? Get a rope ASAP. Yeah, these people are nuts. They are not well. Stabby, we get it.
I have a lot of conservative coworkers, a lot of conservative family, a lot of conservative friends. The first thing I say is that they are overwhelmingly pacifist. I start mentioning this, and anytime someone might, which they never have, but if anyone would have brought up Vaush rhetoric, I'm like, that's not indicative of the culture. That doesn't matter. But I need to be aware of who I'm talking to with my content and who people are watching this, and say that this is going to be an overwhelmingly left-wing population, and we need to talk to that population and say, how best can we approach this? And the approach isn't self-defense. The approach is conversation, because we live in a democracy. And I think I want to focus on that. I want to say, hey, instead of engaging in this violent rhetoric and this genocide rhetoric, understand, hey, conservatives don't understand where we're coming from, but they seem.
The comp sci channel is crazy. I can't hang there. Even like even my sister, she posted about it on Destiny's subreddit, just saying like the video exists, and she got banned for it. There were like other people who got banned. They brigaded my Reddit my Discord afterwards, like all flooding into my server. I invited them onto the stream. I was streaming while they were all like flooding in, saying like a bunch of random stupid stuff, and none of them wanted to talk, but they were all like, it really is just like extreme autism.
To be protecting children. Are they lying? Maybe we should talk to them. Maybe we should have these conversations, open up that dialogue, because I think that's the best foot forward. That's what I want to
and then make some space for Katie.
What that's the comp sci channel supposed to be for? Read the freaking description, bro. It's obvious when you read the description. See, you just go up here and it says comp sci. Sorry. So you're going to comp sci now, nerd. Haha. What's up, douchebag? It's Tanner from high school. Remember me? Me and the guys used to give you a hard time in school. Sorry you were just an easy target. LOL. I can see not much has changed. Remember Sarah, the girl you had a crush on? Yeah, we're married now. I made over 200K a year, I make over 200K a year and drive a Mustang GT. I guess some things never change, huh, loser? Nice catching up, LOL. Pathetic. Obviously, that's what the... Obviously, you can tell what it's for.
Is that okay? Because I see their hand up, but I do want to respond very quickly.
I don't play around with DGG. I'll listen to Destiny, but I'm not involved in his community. But yes, same. Like, I don't mind listening to Destiny. The only time I ever watch Destiny is when I'm on stream. Like, so you guys see anything that you guys see me watch of Destiny is everything that I watch of Destiny. Like I like, not to make it sound like I don't like him or I don't like his content, but I don't really ever watch streams or anybody else's content unless I'm on stream. But yeah, I don't engage in the Reddit. I don't engage in the Discord. I don't do any of this stuff. So yeah.
I generally agree with what you're saying, but I don't think the way to combat a side that is, again, really rife with demagoguery is by being a demagogue ourselves. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think the way to combat those things is with evidentiary arguments grounded in firm realities. And I think we can look at larger pieces of data and evidence and truth and multiple layers of those metrics and start to bring them together to tell a unified narrative, which is very clear in this nation.
Okay. Katie,
and I think that is far more effective.
Katie, you have the floor.
Yeah, so Vaush isn't here to bully. So I agree with Fulsers on that. If Wick has been reading chat and he has a few mods that has been reading his chat, and I'm fine being called a radical extremist. So if we can agree that most of this panel agrees in their total condemnation of everything Vaush has ever said regarding this rhetoric, and if Wick could tell us that his chat generally thinks that Vaush's genocidal rhetoric is pretty out of pocket, can we then move on to talk about anything that actually has material impacts on like reality?
I have trouble believing that that's actually your position when every time it comes around to you, you end up defending what it is he's saying.
Material impact and reality I'm going to address right now is a $5 Chip gave me to say possible to focus on more than one thing at a time. Why it's a focus is because there's an interest. Address it. The pro clutching is weak AF and GL.
True.
Okay. But yes, we are absolutely, it is up to the panel what they want to talk about. So if the panel wants to discuss solutions, I am more than happy to do so. Katie, please, what is the solution? You want to talk about solutions? Give us some solutions.
Solution to what?
Okay, you said you wanted to talk about material things. Go ahead. I'm giving you the floor. Give us something. Give us a prompt. Give us something, please.
Yeah, Falsers, give them a prompt. Go.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you a solution. It's gun regulation. It's gun regulation. That's it.
Based.
And we see it. We see it. There's plenty of evidence for it. There's plenty of data for it. And the right wing would love to gaslight you away from it. And I'm sure I'm going to get all kinds of hate from right wingers in chat.
Let me ask you,
And that's okay,
Falsers.
because the evidence shows that it works. In Australia, in 1996, they passed something called the NFA, which required Australians to turn in their long arms in mass. It required much stricter licensing. And they saw one of the sharpest drops in gun violence.
That's not true. That's not true. No. This is factually inaccurate. Stop. Nope. This is factually inaccurate. What they did was they redefined what that looked like. And so the metrics, because they redefined it, changed. But the actual amounts of shootings did not.
That's not accurate.
That is you are not true. That is not true.
You are not true. You are false. You are a fallacy. Your whole life is fake.
Which is specifically where you
yes, because they changed the definition of mass shooting. They changed it. They changed it. Oh my God.
Hold on. Prior to 1996, Australia ran almost line to line with the USA. They were side by side, despite having only about 8% of our population. They were about 80% of our total mass shootings. The moment they passed that gun control law, those mass shootings dropped. And you are correct in saying that there is a lens that is looked through, but you are incorrect with an implication that that is unfair. Because when we use that exact same lens to compare it side by side with the USA, the results become demonstrable. And it is not just limited to Australia. There are multiple other countries where you see this working. Canada, right beside us, has stricter gun control than us, and they have less than 1/8 our rate of gun violence.
So Moodit for $5 says Falsers. This is Moodit, not me. Falsers is a white man. Wouldn't know, but Asian hate crime is a big problem in Australia, regardless of gun control. But
Asian hate crime is not the same metric as gun
mass
violence,
murders.
and I
Yeah,
encourage you to
100%.
learn how to draw conclusions from data.
We're talking about mass murders. We're obviously we can agree that discrimination is everywhere.
Exactly.
We all agree,
Exactly.
right? Okay.
Exactly. That is.
I guess if we're gonna move to
I
this
love that.
topic-
I love that comment because I opened that by.
Wrong. Discrimination is only in the United States. Everybody always tells us from the UK that racism is not a problem over there. It only exists here in the United States. People say it all the time. It's got to be true.
By saying when I talk about this, the right wing will try to gaslight you to another issue, and I appreciate the chatter with demonstrating what that looks like.
I have a question for Falsers. I have a question for
Oh, sure,
Falsers.
go ahead.
I'm just curious, right? If there was a bunch of conservatives, right, on a panel talking about potentially harmful rhetoric on the right, just as we are now, how would you feel if I don't know, conservative came on the panel and were like, okay, wait, hold on. Let's kind of like shut this conversation down. Let's not actually talk about the ideals and the values that we have going on. Yeah, we kind of agree that's bad. Let's talk about gun violence, about those laws. How would you feel about that?
I would like that. I would love to have a conversation about practical applications. However, I think the crux of your question is, would I have the same level of passion from that side, from this side? And the answer
on the gun control
candidly
thing
is no. And it goes back to my point about
Yeah, I get
scale,
you.
because Vaush is not Donald Trump, right? Like where I don't understand this false equating, because where was the right having a problem with stochastic terrorism when fucking Cesar Sayak mailed 16 pipe bombs to Democrats and then specifically said he looked at Trump like a surrogate father? Where was the outrage about stochastic terrorism when they had the 2019 El Paso shooter that specifically cited Donald Trump's views on immigration as a reason to murder?
We've been talking about this for
26
years.
Where was the outrage from the right when Donald Trump specifically said in 2016
Oh, from the right.
there
Okay.
has to be retribution and that we should not be weak in how we do so? They don't give a damn about stochastic terrorism. It's not in their point of view beyond the utility of gaslighting from gun control.
On the topic of gun control, though, first of all, Moodit for $5 more says the point was that violence became more targeted rather than mass shootings, but apparently we are okay not considering that aspect. You don't have to address that if you don't want to, but
I have a question for him.
First, okay, yes,
Yeah,
I'm not the moderator, but I do have a question for him too on gun control. But ask.
Yeah, I have opinions on gun control. I find it really hard to find practical solutions in the United States. I think that the difference between like the gun buyback in Australia back in the 90s and the situation in America is there are so many more fucking guns here, and people are very unwilling. Like there's a significant difference of culture in Australia versus the United States around guns, where people are not as willing to give those things up, right? So in order for us to actually, round up all the guns, the mandatory gun buybacks, it seems like it would be almost impossible to get rid of even a good percentage of the
But now,
guns.
Luke,
Now,
yeah, but
I'm
you have to
100%
Luke that
in
is
favor
damaging-
of the voluntary gun buybacks, which has had some positive effect in cities like I live in Houston, right, where there was a voluntary one, and people who had illegal guns could go. No questions asked. If they needed some cash, they could trade that gun in
You
for
shouldn't find
cash.
issues with practical solutions here. Is my screen seen? Can you guys see my screen?
We can see you.
We can't see your background. Your background's fuzzy.
Not my background. I'm doing a screen share right
Yeah, I can
Oh,
see it.
no, that's
Can
probably
you
not
enable
gonna.
that way? Because that's possible or no? Because John said that.
I will fuck it
Totally
up,
fine,
and
totally
yeah,
fine.
I'm sorry.
So I'll just I'm happy to link this to you, and there are multiple sources that support this across multiple lenses. So the reality is, across when you talk about like the applications, I understand you're talking about the context of the United States, and I agree that because it's so culturally ingrained and mechanically ingrained in terms of the quantity of guns in our country, that really creates a complexity in the issue. But we still see drastic and clear correlations between stronger gun regulation laws and gun deaths. You have California, which is one of the biggest states, has some of the strongest laws, and they're among the best in terms of per capita gun violence. In fact, you can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you
I'm
want.
laughing at chat,
Hold
not
on.
you.
One of the best in the country is Massachusetts, and their gun violence rate in terms of deaths per capita is something like 12 times lower than the states where the gun regulation lightens up. And by the way, those states, for anyone who's wondering, they're almost all in the Southeast along the Bible Belt, where the Republicans control those legislatures, okay? They don't give a damn about gun regulation, and it's showing in their crime statistics as these places get destroyed by gun violence. And people love to point to the cities and say, well, it's an issue over there, and those are Democrat controlled. That's great, except for the fact that rural gun violence is on the rise and now runs a straight line with urban gun violence in terms of per capita.
May I ask a
there
question?
are just a number of points that,
Sure.
that
I have
really
a question
draw
for you,
clear
Falsers. I have a question for you, Falsers.
Yeah.
Back
yeah.
from the decade of the 1970s, from 1970 to 1980, we had very similar amounts of gun ownership in America. Very similar levels. That slightly changed in come to federal. I'm talking federal level of gun control laws. I mean, there are absolutely differences. But my question
There's
is,
big differences. They're meaningful.
well, then you can answer that and correct me in the answer to my question.
Sure.
So during the 1970 to 1980, right, there was about 19 school shootings, something like that. I don't have the exact stats, but it's significantly less, right? What do you contribute, right, to the massive rise in gun violence in mass shooting specifically in the last 10 years?
Well, there's a number of contributing factors. So I want to address the first one because it's relevant to gun ownership. When
please.
we look at ownership of a firearm, that is not an equal thing. If you have 20 people with handguns and 20 people with assault rifles, those 20 with assault rifles are capable of inflicting far more harm. Okay. We saw access to some of these weapons start to elevate. And then there was regulation put in place that tried to restrict that. But it doesn't really work because what it restricted was automatic weapons. But high capacity weapons are still things that we can acquire. And whether or not that weapon is automatic or semi-automatic, the harm, trying to think of the word, the potential outcome for
potentiality,
harm.
yes.
Yeah, potentiality. That's it. Is still very large, and that has increased with gun ownership. So, in terms of culturally, I think one of the biggest things that we would be crazy not to consider is the internet, right? So now we have this mechanism that really can start to socialize extremists and gives them a safe place to call home, which kind of goes back to our conversation here. I'll admit before somebody points it out, but again, we aren't seeing these bubbles on the left cause large scale violence. We are on the right.
Okay.
So
I know. I want to respect everyone's time. And I want to give everyone here some closing statements. I do want to continue this conversation, so if you want to stay, you are welcome to stay. And if you've been in chat and you want to yell at me or anyone else on this panel, jump into the backstage waiting room. And we will continue this conversation for an hour, maybe two. But I want to respect everyone's time, and if you need to go, I totally get it. I totally understand. We're going to start with closing statements with Ginger, because I know she needs to go first. Go ahead, Ginger.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I'm a woman of few words, all right? So I feel like I said my statement during the panel. So thank you for having me. I am Ginger Ramath. You can find me at twitch.tv/Ginger Ramath with 2 R's in the middle. Again, thanks so much, guys.
Hey, go check her out, gang. She's pretty awesome, and thank you for
thanks,
coming.
panelists.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Uzmark, please.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for having me on, Wick. I think we.
Okay. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna raid you guys over to Speakeasy. I gotta get some sleep, but I will be on tomorrow most likely. I will. I think I might have somebody else coming on for a conversation, but not sure just yet. So we'll see. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools. Make sure you guys make a lot of noise in his chat. I think he's only got like 10 viewers. So everybody just go over there, spam the hell out of his chat. If you want to go somewhere else, that's fine. Just spam the hell out of his chat first, okay? He'll get very excited that a bunch of people are in his chat. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. I think he's gone. He is. He's gone. Damn it. He got off. Okay. I can't. Wait. Is it? I can't tell. No. He is on. Okay. He's on. I think he's on. We'll see. One way or the other, spam the hell out of his chat.